pray, oh God, that as we begin this program, that your presence will tabernacle with us in the name of Jesus. We ask, oh God, that every aspect of today's event, Lord, you will take preeminent control in the name of Jesus. And Father, we pray, oh God, that this event shall be an impactful one. It shall be one that will set the trajectory of our lives forward in the name of Jesus. And at the end of this event, your name alone will be glorified. These and many other blessings we ask for through Christ our Lord. Amen. Praise the Lord.
Can we please put our hands together for her once again? Thank you so much, Mrs. Rachel God's Power Hotali. That was beautiful and precise. Moving further, ladies and gentlemen, I will want to invite up to the stage. This is not a podium now, we are not in the church. So up to the stage, our convener, the set man of this gathering. I should be the one doing this, but I'm sorry, I'm not too familiar with most of the guests, so I would love to have him come up here to get this done. Please, let's put hands together for Mr. President General among developers, Mr. God's Power. Thank you so much, boss.
All right, good morning, everyone. To appreciate everyone for coming this morning, and who am I inviting?
No invitation, just introduction of the special guest. Just to acknowledge their presence.
Okay. All right. 2024 Developers Hangout. We still have a lot of people on their way to this. I want to welcome everyone that's come early, and especially I want to, welcome Mr. Shola. Adeshola, you're welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you so very much for joining us this morning. And my Oga at the top, Sophia Technologies Limited. I want to appreciate Mr. Oluwagbenga Arolajide. You are welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being around on time. And also, I want to welcome our very own logistics in Ondo State. If you talk about logistics in the States, talk of no other than Simbi Logistics. Simbi Logistics. Now, Simbi Logistics, Mr. Wale. I call me Wale. Very own Ahmed Peter. I call him Pablo. Yes. You're welcome very much. You're welcome. Some of them traveled down to this event this morning, and so many of them came very far to be here. And a lot of them are still on their way to be here. We trust that they get here on time so that we can join and don't miss out from any event here today. It's going to be an exciting time. And also, standing with me is wearing a double cap this morning, and is no other person than... Are you shy? All right, it's Ayodeji Franklin Olatunde. Is Tisax Maestro as well. So it's also, in case you see Father Christmas this morning, don't be surprised, okay? And he's also the CEO of Take Competitive Finance in Ondo State, and is really doing so well with himself. He's also going to be working as a speaker today, and also the compare for this event this morning. So I say welcome, everyone. Everyone, I greet you on the seats. Everyone, welcome. Please start to call your friends. Tell them to come now that we have started. God bless you. Sorry, I forgot to also welcome my Oga, the UT himself, the father of the latest twins in town, UT James International. Is here. He's the one standing here. He's handing the media. Here, sir. Yes, sir. This way. To my left. Yes. Yeah. And he is a powerful man, also handling a live stream. This event is live streamed on my account on Facebook, and also on a page on Facebook as well. It's been live streamed. Please ensure you tell people now. Tell them we have started. Please, all class captain groups, post on your groups that the event have started, so they will know we are waiting for them. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please put your hands together for Mr. God's Power Hotali. Come on, let's do better. Are we not excited to be here today? You don't know the impact of this gathering yet. I'm very sure that the excitement starts springing up as time goes on. If you know you are not a part of the academy, you are not a member of the school, you were not with us, you are not here currently, but then you are a guest, you just heard about this program and you chose to be here. Can you please be on your feet? Can you stand? My goodness, can we put the hands together for these ones? If we were in church, I would have said we should sing "You Are Welcome in the Name," but we are not in church. Can we please celebrate these beautiful ones, ladies and gentlemen? Oh my God, the ovation is not enough. You don't want us to produce to the next program. Please put your hands together for them. These are our main guests. I think we should have some special gifts for them. We never can tell. It could be one of these people that will go with my brand new gift today. Let's see how it goes. Thank you so much for being a part of today's gathering. It's an honor to have you here with us. All right, going straight to what we have next on our program. Please, I love ovation. I'm used to being excited when I'm doing this hustle. You know, this is not my primary hustle, but be as it may. We are here, we are today. All right. So anytime I'm doing this also, one of the fuel that drives me is ovations and excitement. Please, anytime I call someone's name, I would love that they are doing their own there. We are doing our own there. Just imagine that today is my wedding. You can see that I'm in suit. So please give me your full concentration. Try as much as possible to applaud when I want you to. So please, one more time for the I think welcome speech. Please, let's put hands together once again for Mrs. Rachel God's Power Otali. Come on, your hands together. Thank you. Oh, I think it's louder from here. All right, I'm trying to spot the loudest clapper. Okay. I'll get back to you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Rachel. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for our MC, T-Sax Maestro. He's my brother, in case you do not know. And he's a friend of the family. All right, I want to welcome each and everyone to this gathering. It's an annual event that is hosted by the Academy, Waiting They Called Academy. And we have all been welcomed one way or the other, but in a special way, I want to welcome our speakers of today. Even though I'm seeing some of them for the very first time, but I'm not hearing your names for the very first time. The names have been ringing, but it's just that I'm now putting faces to the names that I've been hearing for a while. I want to celebrate you. I want to say thank you for honoring our invitation. Thank you for choosing to be in a gathering like this on a day like this. You would have decided to be in a better gathering, quote and unquote, but you chose here to be here today. Thank you so much. We want to say that we do not take your presence for granted. And I'm sure that our developers in the house are going to be going home with a lot of things that they will learn from your journey in tech. Thank you so much. I want to celebrate every developer in the house. If you are a developer and you are proud to be one, come on, celebrate yourselves. Celebrate yourselves if you are proud to be a developer. Yeah. We celebrate every developer in the house, everyone in the academy. Even if you are not in the Waiting Day Academy, you are aspiring to be a developer, we celebrate you. Thank you so much for making it a date with us today. I'm just going to say a few things about Waiting Day Code Academy. Right? I am not really the one that is supposed to talk about the academy. I believe my husband should be in the best position to do that, but the little I'm going to say, just accept it. I might not be in the academy more often than you would want me to be, but don't worry. The new year we are entering into, you will see more of my faces. More of my face, because I actually transited into tech. So it was in a gathering like this. I think 2 or 3 years ago, Developers Hangout. We had it at the Fashion Hotel Park. And we had some guests. I think Travella was here that year, Mr. Moses, Travella. And they said a lot of things. And you know, this code thing, I'm always running away from him. When I see my husband working on his system, I'll be like, I'm not sure I can cope with this lifestyle. But you know, I found another way. So there are many ways into tech. It is not only when you write code. Do I have a witness? It's not only when you write code. You don't have to write code to be in tech. So I am not writing code. I have someone that is smiling. She knows what I'm saying already, but I'm already in tech. So I took that decision some 2 years ago, and I told myself, this tech thing, we are going to do it together. It's not only my husband that will be doing it. Let us do this thing together. And I want to say this morning that I'm so excited that I'm now in tech as a data analyst. I thought you were going to clap very well. Yeah, so it's a success for me because I took that decision in the Developers Hangout. So I want to believe that there are some persons that are here that are not yet in tech, but they are aspiring to be in tech. Don't be scared when you hear code. It is not all about code when it has to do with tech. So in the Waiting Day Code Academy, this event is set to motivate you, is set to inspire you, and is set to put you on the pedestal for success in the tech world. As you be listening to the stories of successful tech persons in the industry of tech, I want to believe that you will also pick 1 or 2 things that you will run with in the year 2025. And please, every developer in the house, I want you to take notes and make a decision as to what you want to do in the year 2025. And for those that are aspiring to come into tech as well, I want you to make that same decision. And on this note, I'm going to be talking to us briefly about some things that can help us in the year 2025 when it comes to decision making and choosing our path in life. Number one thing is that you have to have a vision of where you want to go. You must have a vision of where you are heading to. You must know where you're going in life and begin to walk in that light. A lot of people decide, just like I said I made the decision like 2-3 years ago, and not until this year. It was this year that I actually walked the walk. I was saying it, I was just paying lip service to it over the years, but just this year I eventually did the needful. All right, another thing is that you are expected to write down a lot of things. There are so many informations that will fly around this afternoon. Please do not let any information pass you by. And as much as possible, ensure that you connect with people. Don't connect with people you already know. You already know these ones. Look for those that you don't know. I will want our developers, as much as they can, to walk up with our speakers. And you never can tell. After this gathering, you might need a pass to see them. You might actually need to go through protocols to see them. But on a platter of gold, you are seeing them live and direct. So it's a good way to network with them and ask them questions. I'm sure there's going to be question and answer time. So please be engaged in this gathering today. And before I go, I want to tell you that you should give yourself to your growth. There is nothing successful that comes easily. You have to work it out. So you have to give yourself to your growth. You have to pay the price. And now is the time. Coming to a gathering like this, gathering information, going online, attending classes, and doing everything needed and necessary are the things that will help you to become who you want to be. Nobody becomes just like that. It takes process. It's a matter of time. And I want to say to you today that if you give yourself to your growth, before you know it, you will be amazed at the wonder that you will become at the end of the day. On this note, I want to welcome you all to Developers Hangout 2024, where we learn, we unlearn, and we relearn. I want you to network. I want you to have fun, and I want you to enjoy yourself. Thank you so much for coming today. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mrs. Rachel God's Power Hotali. Come on, put your hands together for her. That was an amazing opening speech by her, and I must believe that we all understood what she said. Thank you so much for that speech. Amidst the things she said, I could pick that she laid emphasis on the fact that we have got a lot to learn today. So please, if you don't have your writing materials ready, please try as much as possible to keep them close to yourself. While I was talking earlier, I did mention that it is not about the quantity of people in a gathering, but the quality of the value that you get from the gathering. Can you get that? From here, I believe that we can have ideas that will, catapult us to the next stage of our lives. The solutions that Nigeria is waiting for is going to erupt from this. If you believe, can you wave your hand? I am the solution that the world is waiting for. You don't believe? I am the solution that the world is waiting for. No, you're not saying that to yourself. I am the solution that the world is waiting for. All right, your minds are too shallow to believe that, right? I'm very sure that by the time you hear several of our speakers speak today, your minds will expand and will be able to accept that reality. Thank you so much once again, Mrs. God's Power Hotali. Before we proceed to the next thing I have on my agenda, I will want that we take a few time to network, like she said. Now, we don't have that deliberate activity on her list here, but I feel it's very, very important. Please try as much as possible. In a few minutes, look around you, look at the beautiful and handsome faces close to you. Try and link up with him or her. Ask questions. What do you do? Can I have your contact? If the person is not a very private person like me, I'm very sure they'll be willing to share contacts. So please try as much as possible to move around, meet our guests, collect their numbers, you see, when you collect Mr. Olajide's number, he will in return collect your account number. And you know what that means. Please don't take this opportunity for granted. Link up with these amazing people here, please, in few minutes. Move around. Link up, ask about yourself, your craft, what you do for a living. As far as I am concerned, my name is Ayodeji Olatunde Franklin Olakunle Oluwaseun. You can call me any of the names. A lot of people call me T-Sax Maestro. Some people call me, don't let me mention that for security reasons. All right. I do a lot of things because the Bible says that I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. I do music production. I play the saxophone. Of course, I am a software developer, a proud graduate of the Waiting Day Code Academy. I am not an official MC, but I'm very sure that after today's event, we never can tell. I can start it as a career. All right, please link up with yourself, meet people in few minutes. I will be asking questions about the person you met. I'll be asking specific questions, detailed questions, like the person's account number, the person's state of origin, the person's mother median's name. So please try as much as possible to ask as much questions as possible from the person you are meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have money that you are not using again, collect the account number of the person you are meeting and send this to the person. Make sure you don't waste this opportunity. Like I said earlier, I'll be asking sensitive questions. Make sure you know the person's mother's median name, the person's state of origin, how many child the person has, and the likes. Please make sure you know the person you are meeting in total.
It's an annual event. You must be there. If you are in Turkey on those days, leave the program you need to be. See, I want to see you there. It's going to be a great time together. And please invite your friends. Tomorrow. This program is power-packed for you and I. So please, I'm going to see you there tomorrow by 11 a.m. and God bless you. Don't forget, I remain God's power. See you there. Yes, it's happening tomorrow. Opposite Government House Park, Alabaka, correct? The Developers Hangout is an annual event. You must be there. If you are in Turkey, Ondo State, this is a program you need to be. See, I want to see you there. It's going to be a great time together. And please invite your friends. Tomorrow. This program is power packed for you and I. So please, I want to see you there tomorrow by 11 a.m. And God bless you. Don't forget, I remain God's power. Time. See you there.
I want to believe that you've been able to link up with one or two people. Now, like I said I was going to be asking specific and, deep questions about whoever you have linked up with. Wow. All right. Thank you so much. Music. Daniel. I have a good news. This is brown envelope, and you know what that means. For her giveaway section. I'm excited. Praise the Lord. Sorry. Waiting day. I'm so used to the altar, don't mind me. But then I want to believe we have believers here too. So praise the Lord. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Can we please be seated while we progress? Can we be seated, please, everyone? We'll be bringing up our first guest minister. Our first invited guest. Olua. We'll be bringing up our first invited guest today. Any moment from now. And before we do that, while we were meeting and greeting ourselves, we have one of our mothers. She worked in, and she's a mother to several of us, a friend to the family, and one of the very powerful personnels in the Ondo State public service industry. Can we put hands together while we celebrate the presence of Mommy Harikawe in the building? Please, let's put hands together for her. Thank you so much, Mommy, for being here. Mommy, we want to see you. Can you please wave? All right. Hallelujah. Mommy said, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Thank you so much, Mommy. We're excited about your presence. Thank you for being here. Are we seated, please? Because this next section will be powerful. I am so much ready to listen to this amazing man all the way from the States, United States of Akure, with an ovation, if possible, a standing ovation. Please join me as a welcome my friend and brother, whom we all know as Simbi Logistics, however, officially named Mr. Awoleye Olawale, to the stage while we listen to him speak. A clapping ovation, please. A clapping ovation, please. This is not enough. Can we please put our hands together for this amazing man? Thank you so much.
Hallelujah, somebody. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, can we all come together, please? Can we move to this side? Thank you very much. Hello. Please come around. I want to say a very big congratulations to everyone who has found themselves here. You've done the most important part of being great, which is being available first. My name is Olawale Awoleye, and I'm the co-founder and the marketing manager for Simbi Logistics. I'll be speaking on the journey, challenges, and then the lessons from Simbi Logistics. Building a brand, building a career, or building anything is the same thing across broad. It obeys the same principle. And then it gives rise to people thinking that when you are trying to build a career, it's different from building a brand. When you are trying to build a brand, it's different from building a business. Well, I'll put it to you today that building a brand, building a business, building a career obeys the same principle, which is obeying the principle of grit, obeying the principles of resilience, and obeying the principle of perseverance. I would give you a background of myself first. I finished from the prestigious University of Ibadan. I don't know if anyone attended University of Ibadan yet. Is there anyone? Okay. I finished from the prestigious University of Ibadan, and then I served in the city of Enugu. So after serving, it was time to get a job. I already told myself, I'm not going to do any job less than 250,000 naira as a proud graduate of the University of Ibadan. I'm not taking any job less than 250,000. Then the first month came. I applied to about 10 jobs, no results, no feedback was forthcoming. On the second month, I reduced it from 250 to 200,000 naira. Then I started applying again. I reduced it again from 200,000 after 6 months. Hunger was already dealing with me. I reduced it to 150,000. Nothing was forthcoming. So when I got to 100,000 naira, I think I got my first mail. It was for a position of a front-end developer. I was not a front-end developer. I just learned how to write Hello World. So I just assumed that as a graduate, let me just go and attend this interview, and then maybe I would just get a job. Immediately I got to where I was supposed to be interviewed, I messed up. That was how I didn't even get to the second phase, and then they told me, Oga, please, can you go home? So immediately I got to myself, Oga, if I say you don't get anything for it. This 250k that you are looking at, you are not worth it. It's just off the top of your head. So I reduced it to 100,000 naira. I started applying again. Now it's almost like a year and 3 months. Then I started applying again, and I found out that I didn't even get any response. So I told myself, oh my God, I said you will find a job. That was when I started, I learned tailoring. I went to a tailoring test, so I started learning tailoring. That's after school. So after learning tailoring, I think for 6 months, I couldn't continue. Maybe I was still looking for money. I shifted again to learning how to print. I learned how to print again for about 8 months. I was very good with printing little things as nylon bag, cutleries, and every other thing. So I learned that. So after that time, so I settled down. There was a friend of mine. I don't know, maybe people are familiar with him. He posted that he was starting a company. So he said he's looking for people that would like grow the brand with him. So I reached out to him. I said, Oga, I'm a computer science graduate. I have a background in computer science, and then I want to join you on this journey. I can work as a social media manager. And then when I reached out to him, he said, I can come around for an interview. So when I got to him, he did a small interview, and then I got in. So that was how the journey started. I don't want to talk about the salary that I earned at first. It was so ridiculous that from 250K, I started earning 5,000 naira as my first salary. Hallelujah, somebody. So I started earning 5,000 naira, and that 5,000 naira was not even stable. He told me that when we have jobs, he would give me percentage. On some days too, he would give me 5,000 naira. So I just agreed. I needed to just get out of where I was, get something doing. So I started learning social media management. I picked up that skill. I learned social media management. I learned marketing, thereabouts, and then little by little, we were making progress. So in the course of earning that money, please, this is very important. This is why you are here. I don't know. So what happened was that along the way, whenever I earned that 5,000 naira, there was a guy in our office too. He was a graphics designer. I would pay him to teach me. So I was literally trekking from Ijapo down to Ayedu because I was living at Ayedu then. I would trek down because I wanted to learn. I wanted to learn. I knew I had nothing upstairs, but I wanted to earn money. Like everybody outside there too. People want to earn money, but you don't know if you have the skills or the skill set that can give you that money. So it's important to first of all assess yourself and ask yourself that big question. Do I have value that can get me the money I'm craving for? So along the way, I learned how to market. I learned graphics designing. I learned PR from Gwenga Dene. I don't know if people are familiar with him. I reached out to him. He was having an event. Oga, please don't pay me. Let me just come to this event. I will help you coordinate. I'll help you do PR, online presence, and every other thing. So that was how I was learning. I learned marketing. I learned graphics design. I learned PR on the job. I was not making money. I was just learning. So there was one day we closed around 4 p.m. So my Oga said, we have a meeting. So along the way, we had that meeting, I think, for 4:30 p.m. And then I was expecting a package from Ibadan. So the driver called around 4:30 to say, hello, you know these drivers now? They will just tell you, okay, everything one bill, tell about in 5 minutes, okay, so there was no way I was going to leave the office. And I needed to pick up that package. And that package was for somebody who is going to UK the next morning. So I needed to get that package and give it to him. So I called a logistics company and told them, hello, please, I have a pickup at Roadblock, and then I want you to deliver it to me at Ijapo. So they said, yes, they have a rider available. They will pick up, but the sorry state is that they will not be able to deliver today because they have lots of order they are handling. How come? This is just 4:30. How would you pick up a package today and tell me that you deliver tomorrow? No, it's not possible. And then, I have to give it to the recipient that day. I called the second company to the same thing. Hello, Oga, package. What's happening? So I walked my Oga and told him that he should just spare me 10 minutes, that I would come back. So I boarded the bike straight to Roadblock. And then when I got to the park, I saw that the driver was calling different people too. Like, I saw a problem right away. That was when I saw the problem. It seems there's a problem of timing. There's a problem that people need to get their goods on time. That was what bet Simbi Logistics today. If you don't have problems, you won't move forward. And then, growing up, we would see our parents tell us that Olorun je korogun wala, Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí anything nǹkan tó máa fún ẹ ní tó máa yẹ kó rí máa fún ẹ. Trust me, for every new channel that you want to enter, you must always encounter problems. For every place that you want to access, there must, just like playing games, you would see that the boss on level 1 is different from the boss on level 10. It's different from the boss on level 2. And the way you approach those things are different. So that was how the idea of Simbi Logistics came into play. So now, the real work. How was Simbi Logistics created? I'm sorry to bore you, but this story is going to get interesting very soon. I reached out to a friend. Please, I have a very brilliant idea. There are logistics company all over, but I think there's a value proposition that I see that others are not solving. The proposition of fast delivery and reliable delivery. So he said, okay, send a proposal to me. Then I wrote a proposal and he said, Wale, I trust you. For you to say, this is a very viable business, I can invest into you. So the second money, funny enough, I had just 2,000 naira in my account. I sent a proposal of about 1.5 million naira to this guy. He sent 500,000. I'm going to go into all the details so that I know this story is going to benefit one person so that you know how people are made. 2,000 naira to bed, 500,000 naira the next morning. So that was when I started designing. That was when that design skill that I learned when I was earning 5,000 naira now came into play. So I sat down. It's not possible that I'll pay a graphics designer. I reached out to like 2 graphics designers. The first person told me that I was going to charge 200,000 naira for branding. Out of 500,000 naira, you want to charge 200. Would I use the remaining 300,000 naira to buy granuts? So I sat down. I told myself, you need to just do something. I had the basic knowledge of graphics design, so I started designing. I designed all the graphics from the welcome to the pre-launch to the activation to everything. I designed everything. So bike was still selling for, Nigeria was still very good then. I think bike was around 170, 200,000 naira. So I got a bike. The next morning, I got a box. So after getting all those things, I started marketing. I started everything myself. The PR, I did it myself. I just reached out to some few friends. So a friend of mine that was in Canada then reached out to me and said, Wale, I believe you. This is solid. I will give you 50,000 naira as a marketing budget. I'm giving it to you. You can decide to return it, then you can decide to leave it. So this guy gave me 50,000 naira the second month. What's happening? I slept with 2,000 naira. And then people are just turning up for me. What's happening? So I found out that you will not grow on the day that you want to grow. You will grow on the days you don't want to grow. I don't know if anybody's getting it. You will not go on the day you want to grow. Because that day you feel like, I want to be president. You will not be president on the day you want to be president. You will be president the moment you decide you want to be president. And that's why you would begin to make choices. You begin to make life choices in a very, very delicate manner. Because everything adds up. There's no zero-sum game in life. It's not like you just wake up a day and then see that, I'm here. A software developer will not start writing codes and then you start working with Facebook on the first day. You would write codes, you would work as a freelancer, you will earn 2,000 naira, you move to 20,000 naira, till you will now get to where you'll be earning in dollars. And I think one of the mistakes that most people make is that you want to be great on the day you decide that you want to be great. It is impossible, highly impossible to be like that. So that was how we started. Simbi, you want to talk to the customer care? It is me. I will just tell you, hello, this is Tokwe. I had different names. This is Tokwe from Simbi Logistics. How may I help you? It is still Wale you are talking to. This is Tokwe from Simbi Logistics. Graphics designer. I will tell you that our graphics designer just sent in our design brief. Maybe when I'm marketing on WhatsApp, they will think that one graphics designer is somewhere. It's Wale that is still doing graphics designer. When we want to do PR, I'll be the one to do the mind mapping, and then I push it out and say I want Tokwe from somewhere to design that one. So it was basically Wale behind the scene of everything that was working. So along the way, I think I hired somebody, and then just 1 week, issue came up. So I want to talk about the challenges that we faced. An issue came up. I think something got missing, and then I was trying to talk to the rider that And why would you do such a thing? I just found out that the next morning, the rider did not resume. I cannot ride the bike. Would this business shut down? I was not even ready. He prepared me for that. I think my mom just called me. While like, hey, you are stressed. You not go and look for a job like this. Because how would you start a business in just 1 week and then the person that is supposed to do the bulk of the job has resigned? So that was why I told myself that Oga will die here. And that's like the most important thing. You know, when I was saying in the other, I said, building a brand, building a business, it obeys the same principle. The principles of grit, the principles of resilience, and the principle of perseverance. Obstacles will always come. It's not like it's a free road. You won't start today and then everything is enjoyable. You would always meet hiccups, you always meet challenges along the way. So that was how that rider left. That business was supposed to fold up normally because I was tired. Just 2 weeks. Then I would resume every day, go online, post about the job, go offline, meet people, and then tell them about what we were looking for. So we got another rider. We continued working. So along the way, when we got to a point, people were begging us, please, Simbi Logistics, can we give you 2 bikes? Somebody with 2,000 naira like 1 year ago. People are now coming to me. People have money. Everybody has money. But they won't give it to you if you don't have value. Everybody has money. Everybody. Money is lying everywhere. But we always lie to ourselves that there's no money. Because you will not get money from anybody if you don't have value. It's hard. People won't tell it to your face. They won't tell you that they can only help you. But the moment you want to continue to get money from people every time, you must provide corresponding value. So the idea of Simbi was that I immediately we identified the problem. Then we sat down. How do we approach this problem? Then I said, I don't have leverage. I don't have money. I don't have the connection. I will have to build brick by brick. So that was how I decided that you will not buy it. So I developed a strategy called don't buy it more than what you can chew. So I said, don't market them to more than one person in a day. So I said, it will take us one moment to get one person, but it will take us one person to get 50 people. I don't know if I'm getting it. It will take us one moment to get one person, but it will take us one person to get us 50 people. I didn't want to reach 50 people at first. I wanted to reach just one person and make sure that I deliver value for that one person. And then when I deliver value for one person, you will get 50. It's a very strenuous journey. People want to start from 50. And that's why you see that they get tired along the way. It's a long journey. So you need to be prepared. So that was how we started building brick by brick. I would message 100 people per day. Hello, we just launched our company in Akure. We would love you to patronize us. 100. If you like, reply. If you like, don't reply. I will message you. I will call 100 people in a day. I was basically struck. I was staying with my parents then. The business was booming, and then I was still living with my parents. Simbi was outside there. Everybody was saying Simbi. We were building Simbi from just one room. So this is just to tell you that whatever you've committed to now, you won't get there in a day. It takes consistency. You would get tired. You write hello world today, you leave your laptop. The next you want to go and you want to be a real estate person because you feel like that's where money is. But you would find out that if you stay committed to whatever you are learning, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you will get better, you will get very good to the point that you are very confident of yourself. And then I think recently I spoke with somebody too. He said he's a full stack developer, but he said he can manage, call it WordPress. Full stack developer, but you can only manipulate WordPress. Why are you lying to yourself? And that person will complain of growth. Because you are not telling yourself, the market knows the truth. You can cheat in school. You can cheat when you're in school. You can do anything to get anything. But when it comes to getting money from people, you cannot cheat them. Else you go to prison. You can cheat. You can cheat. You can cheat in exams. You can cheat to get good grades. But when it comes to life, you cannot cheat. You must follow the due process to get there. So I would talk about the challenges before I round up to the lessons. My mental health took a toll on me because I was doing everything, handling marketing, handling design, handling customer support. It was so stressful. But trust me, we've grown from a team of 2 to a team of 7 now. The first month, Simbi did 30 orders for a whole month. First month of operation, 30 orders in a whole month. Funny enough, on the first day of operation, the rider poured away food, and then we started with a debt of 19,800 naira. On the first day of operation. So it's just to tell you that you cannot do without challenges. You must just be resolute. You must want it. It's not something that you just, I said something earlier. I said everybody wants to be great, but it is only people who are ready to be great that get great. You would get tired. You would meet challenges. But if you don't have that perseverance, if you don't have that grit, you would lose it along the way. So we started with like 19,000 debt. But today, I'm happy and glad to tell you that we do an average of like 600 to 1,000 orders in the city of Akure. So this is just like a wake-up call to everyone who is looking at advancing their career, starting a business. They will tell us, how much were you charging when you started this academy? I'm sure you would have X10 or X20, whatever I was charging. So it's like...
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So,
tell us your name.
Adeoshi Covenant Joshua. I'm a computer engineering student, 400 level footer. I'm a web developer, front-end web developer. So, one thing I learned from you, sir, and one thing I'm going to take away is that you will not be great when you want to be great. You will be great when you are ready to be great. So, thank you so much, sir, for that.
Beautiful. I learned that too. Can we put thanks together for him? One more person. Anybody? How wish I? I must believe that we've all learned something. Please come forward. I am interested in people who are outspoken. Please come forward. I want you to be on camera. Hello. I had someone who raised up his hand there. All right, you have a change of mind, right? Okay, in order not to waste our time, I would love to quickly run through what I wrote down here while my brother was speaking. All right, the first thing I have here is to be great, you have to be available. Being great is equivalent to being available. I think he said something like that immediately he started talking. Availability is very, very important. There are some things that will not come to you if you are not available, if you are not present to take charge. And I have here that, do you have value that you can add? If you have value, you get money, right? Value is directly proportional to money. I also have that here. Now, he said he kept learning and learning while he was on the job. He was the graphics designer. He was the customer care operator. And I mean, while you starting up, be ready to take as much roles as possible. I learned that too. You have to keep doing it, and you most times will get your reward when you least expect. I also wrote that down. You have to honor progress, and you have to honor the process. Right? I'm sorry I mixed out here. Principles. You mentioned resilience, perseverance, but there was something before that. Grit. Sorry, what's that? Grit. Okay. I'll try and learn more about that after now. I'm sorry, I'm not too familiar with that word. All right. And then he did say that they won't keep giving you money if you can't add value. That really touched me. I mean, a lot of people around you want to get from you without having anything they can add to you. So this is a challenge to everyone here today. Please make sure you have enough value you can exchange for money. I have these two here. prepared to go bridge by bridge, he did mention how he was calling about 100 people daily in order to push his business. That is also a challenge. I mean, that's encouraging. You won't get there in a day. I have that here too. You can cheat in school, but you can't cheat in the market. The market knows the truth. Amazing. You can't bypass the process when you are in the real marketplace. He also said you can't do without challenges. They will definitely come. And he said this too, that you have to start afraid, start tired, just start and keep moving. Can we please put our hands together for Simbi Logistics one more time? Now, this is just a little of what I heard while I was doing other things. So I want to believe that you that are seated here, fully concentrated, should have more than this in your notes. Do you have more than what I have here in your notes? If you have more than this, can you wave your hand? All right, wow, Simbi Logistics was blessing us with those beautiful words. We have some important dignitaries. They walked into this auditorium, into this this environment, into this space. I may not be too good at doing justice to the introduction, but then I can see Daddy Hojumo in the building. Let's welcome Mr. God's Power for a proper introduction of those that walked in. Thank you so much.
Sound. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Mr. Simbi, thank you. That was so powerful. I really want to appreciate you for your time and those words, powerful words. I picked a lot of things from that speech. And while he was speaking, our pastor, the location minister of our church, walked in, Pastor J.B. Ojumo. Please let's clap for him. Let's clap for Jesus. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sadi. We thank you for coming. And also, a lot of people came in while he also was speaking. My mom is here. My mom is here too. And my auntie, they are all here. That's my mom, yeah. The beautiful man that gave back to me, yes, that was about 30-something years ago. He's here powerfully. And also, I have a lot of mommies in the house. My auntie is here. And also, Auntie Gift, please. Yes, my mommy from Lagos. She's my big mommy in Lagos. Yes. Also, Mommy Ayodele, where's she? Mommy Ayodele, yes. All right, you are here. Thank you for coming. These are mothers of, devs in this house. Mothers of UI UX designers, product designers. We have quite a lot. This gathering is not just for developers alone. This gathering is also for a lot of techies in Ondo State. We still hope that most of them will join this program this afternoon. And also, while you were speaking to one of our mommies, Mommy Adeyeri, walked in as well. Mommy Adeyeri, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Thank you, ma. And quite a lot of people walked in while Mr. Simbi was speaking. And I want to believe you got a lot of things, jotted down at the process. And I also met Mr. Osborne. Mr. Osborne, hi. Thank you for coming, sir. I bless your name. Thank you. And we have Treasure Island in the house. Treasure Island, where is she? Treasure Island, where is she? She walked out, okay? And Mrs. Olajire in the building. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. These are mothers, parents to some of our engineers in the house, and they are here powerfully. Thank you so much. And also, we still have a couple of, talks to hear this afternoon. And I want you to please pay attention as we take these talks, and please learn. Have your writing material just down. Some of you are business giants in this gathering, and you'll be rising up from this gathering this afternoon. I want to tell you, just one word from one person can change your life. Believe you me. Just one word. Please pay attention, and please learn. Thank you so much. I remain God's Power Tally.
A round of applause for Mr. Waiting Day. Waiting Day. Thank you so much. I thought we've all forgotten. All right, while we are looking forward to hearing from Mr. Olubenga Olajide, I will want to give out some of the gifts I have here today. And for emphasis sake, the primary reason for our gathering here today is to get ignited, to learn, to get encouraged and motivated. So please, I did ask the other time if you can come and tell me what you learned from the first speaker. Some of us were shy, but then I will need someone who is bold enough now. And attached to your response this time is one of our gifts here. So I need someone. Now, I've done a recap of what I wrote down, which is like a cheat already. So I need someone who can come up here, take the mic, and give me 5 things learned from the first speaker. The fastest.
Let me introduce Sam Tech, my brother Sam.
Okay. So, okay, so please. So please, do I have someone who will go home with one of my beautiful gifts today? Can you come up here? Tell me 5 things that you learned from the first speaker. The fastest person, fastest person. Now, this lot is not going to be available forever. Count down 5, 4, 3, 2. Now, the deal is come up here, grab the mic, and tell me if you are bold enough. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, one more time. We have the same person coming for my gift. Thank you. 5 things.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So, number one, I learned that you have to start something before you can find people to believe in you. So, from Mr. Olawale, he said it was when he started, he told his friend, and his friend was like, yes, I believe in you. Then he gave him a sum of money. But if you don't start something, you can't find people that will believe in nothing. So I learned that. Number 2, I learned that you have to be a person of integrity. So there's something he kept saying. He kept saying that, if people say they believe in him, why do people believe in you? It means you must have shown them some level of integrity in your character. If you're someone that swindles people, you're someone that borrows money, you don't pay back, you have poor spending habits and stuff like that, your friends know. People around you know, but they won't say anything. It is when it is important, you won't find them around you because they don't trust you to that level. And I also learned that people have money. There is money, but they won't give it to you if you have no value. There is money. In fact, I might have just 10K in my account, right? But it is money. And I can give it to you if I see that what you are giving me is enough value for that little amount in my account. Not to talk of the big men and women seated here. What they have, they can give it to you, but you have to present value to them. Then I learned build brick by brick. Don't bite more than what you can chew. And don't chew more than what you can swallow. It started with one man. He started in a room in the corner of his parents' house. And he was building one by one. So many of us want to start in a big company, in a big, rent out a big office, something like that. Why don't we start small? From there, build something. The experience we'll gain outside is still the same experience you gain inside. But with less cost, you get to save more. So you have much more to push when you are ready. Thank you so very much. And then one last thing, the market knows the truth. The market knows you can lie, you can pretend you are what you're not, but the market knows your value will speak for itself. So that's 5 things I learned from Mr. Olawale. Thank you.
Can we put hands together for this young man? I mean, this is beautiful. Now, right from what he just said, I've even learned more things added to what I've learned before. Can we celebrate him one more time? All right, so you have a gift courtesy of the Chief Executive Officer of Waiting Day Code Academy. All right, so you have your phone number here for a voucher which will be claimed immediately after the program. Congratulations. Thank you so much. All right, there will be lots more gifts. Okay, there will be lots more gifts while the section goes on. And before we proceed, I would love that we share the link to this program. This program is being streamed online. I got to know that this program is being streamed online. Some people are watching, some people are listening to us while we're doing this, but then I would need that we share the link. I don't know if the link can be available. How do we get the link, please? All right, so the link will be available, and I will encourage that we share the link. I also have one of our important dignitaries in the building this afternoon, Mr. Sam Tech in the building. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Sam Tech, the second man in suit in this premises. Thank you so much for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, I request, and an applaud. Please welcome with me to this podium the CEO of Sophia Touch Technologies Limited, the presence of Mr. Olubenga Olajide. A standing and a clapping ovation, please. Thank you so much, Sophia Studios. I have known this man while I was a little boy. Thank you so much for being here. So please, for the sake of the coverage, for those that are streaming live, the limits by which you can move while blessing us should not be beyond this boundary. I know that you've got a lot to dispense today, so please, thank you so much, Daddy.
Thanks so much. Nice to be here. If you have failed before, if you have failed, raise up your hand. You have not failed in anything, raise up your hand. I intentionally start from there before going to, please, how many minutes do I have? All right. So I'm going to speak from where Mr. Wale stopped, and I want to emphasize on it before I quickly rush through what I have for us today. By the grace of God, this year will be 25 years I've been in tech. I started in 1999 as a student in Obafemi Awolowo University. And it was a sweet journey, and it still is. But there are times when you don't understand or know some things. If you start from the heights without knowing what's supposed to be your foundation, there is tendency to fail on a big scale. The time I came to Akure, four of us gathered together, though we've been doing different works in IT, in tech, because telecoms then was just starting up. We know so much about tech, but we know so little about business. And we crashed a company that worth over 7 million naira then. And that's the reason why I asked that, have we failed before? There is a difference between knowing tech, and there is a difference between having business IQ. It's a whole lot. You can be one of the best coders in the world and at the same time fail at business. Now I want to hint that if it is because you want to be a billionaire that you are into tech, I'm not sure tech is right for you, but you can be in tech and become a billionaire. I always tell people that most of this thing is about passion, but people get into it with a wrong motive. It's not every tech people that they are so rich, but at least I know that more than 70% of tech people, they are comfortable. I'm comfortable. All right. Beyond codes, career growth, and personal branding in tech. I've seen a lot of mistakes that people make when they are into tech. They want to learn the new thing, the new tech, the new programming language. And I've discovered that a lot of people go off course because they keep chasing shadows. And the reason why I said they keep chasing shadows, and Kinikon is selling, because that's what is selling. They will leave what they are doing, they go into that. And you will see they keep learning and learning without making anything out of their skills. So The first thing I'm going to say is don't know your area, know what you are good in, and focus on it and build on it. Is anybody going to ask me why I came into coding? Because at the peak of my career in networking, I discovered that I have to do a lot of works in automation and scripting. And that's what brought me to Waiting Day. As a tech person, you must always add something to yourself. I think probably I'm the youngest in my cohort. Abby? Nobody in my cohort here. Okay. She knows that I'm the youngest in that cohort. But because there is something, I'm scaling up to another level in my career, and something that I left more than 20 years ago, I have to go back to it. Because I used to be a VB developer once in a lifetime before networking took me away. So you have to believe in yourself. You have to keep adding to yourself. You have to be a lifelong student. Hello? Are we together? So the purpose of the talk is to evolve, so that we evolve from purely a technical person to somebody that, understand a lot of things. And that's the reason why I share my failure as a tech person. When I started, we made so much money. I work with MTN, work with Globalcom, work with a number of ISPs outside Nigeria. So when we came together to form Exosia Technologies, we came with full force. We have over 30 pieces in Footer. We had a cafe, SprintNet. Our partition is still there to date in SUB. We started from the big top without understanding business. So we took some crazy, how will I put it? We did some things that we were not supposed to do. It's not that we were wasting money or anything, but we didn't start small. We had a staff of over 15. We had different shifts. In hindsight now, I will have managed the company better. In hindsight. So, and that's the reason why I said that there are a lot of things that we need to add to our tech knowledge in whatsoever field that we are in as a tech person. So, we can't do without having knowledge. I'm a graduate of quantity surveying. It's always shocked a lot of people. And they will always say that, how come you're in tech? But as at the time that I was about graduating, I know where things were going. MTN, all of those people, they are just started bidding. So, and I'm someone that is passionate about IT because I developed a software package for taking bill of quantities. That was my project for final year. But as at that time, I determined in myself that I'm going into IT, and the first thing I did was to look for people that are already in the field, and I work as a volunteer for Garnet City. Hello? Hello? There are some things people will show you when you are ready to put your time for them. Everything is not about money, but we always think that it's money. I can't go to a tech school as at that time because it's expensive. That time, the few schools, even in Lagos, that were into Oracle, all these things, and the cost was maybe around 500,000. Me down from a humble background. So the thing I did was I volunteered to work for Garnet free of charge. I wasn't even being paid. That time to browse is 20 naira per minute. So expensive. I even pay to browse when I'm in the office. And I started learning a lot of things, how to send email. The email you are sending now used to be job then. the email that you just send on your phone, because then we have this, it still use service protocol. You have the Linux server. You will queue all the mails. Then by evening, we will now connect to Nitel through dial-up. And we now send all the mails. Over 2,000 mails, then we will download all the mails. Then people will come. They will come, I want to check my mail. They will open the box for them. And from there, I started learning about networking. I started learning Linux operating system. And that volunteer work that I did for Garnet fetched me my first work in OAU. I was in my hostel. I was doing my extra year. Sorry, I'm not that brilliant. And they said they need someone that is a Linux admin. And they came, somebody said, you know somebody, blah, 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 blah. In my hostel, they came to call me that can you work for Interco then in Ife. I think Interco is still there. And I got my first paying job. And even as at that time, I was also doing data analysis using SPSS. And I made enough money that sustained my extra year that time, because I was doing data analysis for students that are doing their, what's it called, final year, this project. Then, how do you define your personal brand? Mr. Wale has really talked about this. Integrity. You can't be in tech and not be a person of integrity, because it matters. There were a number of jobs that I was able to get as a student that it was based on Benga can do it. Hello, are we together? Talking about personal integrity. Because there are times in this area of job that we are doing, you see some things that you are even not supposed to see. I'm a cybersecurity expert. I work with a number of companies. I've checked a number of systems. There are some things you see that you must decide you unsee it intentionally. I was working for a company. Immediately after I handed over the job, some things happened and they called me back. This, I should analyze the system. But do you know what saved me? The man said, I know you can't do this, but I want you to help us find how it was done. Because over £1 million was moved through their system. Man in the middle attack. And that's what saved him, because everybody involved in that project. Hello, are we together? So integrity matters in everything you are doing. You can be the one that developed the back end. You are the one that put the payment gateway. Don't let it enter your mind that you can put in some account number and it will be coming to your own account. So integrity matters in what, because the word of mouth, I didn't do much of, how do we call it now? Because I'm a bit old school. It's not that I'm also trying to leverage on social media. But that time, it was a lot of, I know this guy is here, I know that guy is there, and he can do it. A lot of word of mouth. And be good at what you are doing. Be very good at what you are doing. I will give an example. I think I've said it in school once. There was a time that a friend of mine called me for a project. And that is also part of the reason being good at what you are doing and being good to people also. Because it's people, IT tech is people-oriented business. Is do as you will be done by. I work with that person on a project, and when he relocated from Akure, he was working in a very big company, and he called me, Benga, you can do this. I said, yes, write your bid, send it. They now invited me for an interview. On getting there, I met giants. I met serious giants. I met MTN. I met a number of big companies, IT companies in Lagos. that came to bid for the same project. Now, when a thief wants to go and steal, they tell me the technology to be used, and that was it. On getting to be a master in what you are doing, but understand and also understand your clients. People that can solve problems, we always have money. And after we finished that project, they were paying me 900K as consultancy for over 3 years, monthly. So it's a big world out there. The tech world is so big. There are so many. There are cybersecurity, networking, a lot of areas. And let me tell you, even in my studio, it's IT that gave back to that studio. Anyway, I always say waiting day. Now then shop all my money now. It's a purely networked studio. It's a purely networked environment, and I did it all by myself. I didn't call in any outside consultant to come and do it, because knowledge, when you have a body of knowledge and you are good at what you are doing, you can apply it to anything. I love cooking. If I want to have a catering service today, I will do it differently in a way that will be efficient enough. You talk about efficiency, and that is what tech people will have to offer. Efficiency, how to do things not in the way it's being done. Then communication matters. Hello? Hello? Are we together? Communication matters. I will still use the example of that my encounter in Lagos. I do act back in the days in the university. So when I got there, I saw big, top people in the society. I was so afraid. Big guys, the like of Emeka Ofo. So if you know those set of people, you know that they are big boys in Nigeria. Then coming with just my Anyongbe coat, Anyon coat, you know, all those coats, where it's just for special occasions that you bring it out. I was a bit overwhelmed, but something kicked into my brain. Said that when you're on stage, you don't see people now. Try not to see these people. And immediately I just asked them, can I get a laptop? Can I get a projector? They said yes. And immediately I just switched into acting. And I was able to drive the conversation in such a way that big technical words, I was able to bring it to something they can understand. So don't say, you have to know how to communicate in simple manner, because the people that will use your tech, they are not techie people. Do you understand what I'm saying? So don't come and give big coding languages so that they know that everything that they just want to know is that can you deliver? And you must be able to communicate in a way that shows that you can deliver. Are we together? Are we together? I talk about continuous learning and adaptability. That's what took me to waiting day. And already I'm enjoying that. Hello? In one of our classes, I told the class that I got a job. And it was just email. The company, all they need is just email. But I made over $1 million on that job. And the only thing I did is that I bought domain. And I created an account. And I taught them how to create accounts. And that was the end. But it looks simple, right, to me. But to them, it's a big deal. Then it's a big company, because I know that a small company won't pay that amount. So you have to know the psychology of even how to negotiate. Hello? Something that you do for 50,000 for company A that is just 2-3 people. You will charge another different amount entirely for a company that has branches all over Nigeria. Still the same thing. Hello? Are we together? Are we together? So all those things matters, because it's not just I'm good at coding. Are you good at negotiation? Are you good in sizing up your customer? Because if you don't know how to size up your customer, a job that could fetch you a whole lot of sum, you just do and once a bit and be 250K. Oh wow, okay. And that same company can pay 2 million. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hello, are we together? Then strategic networking and mentorship. You can't be an island if you are in tech. Hello? I know if I get problem now or I get one job way past my understanding, I get waiting there to finish the work. And this gathering is an example of, because as an IT person, you can't just be in your room and be looking for job. Hello? Hello? Because you have a laptop, you can code. You can code beautifully and you are not there. And you just have all those things on your laptop. Network. Then don't mind days of little beginning. It's not everybody that can sell domain name and email for over 1 million. No. Are we together? Are we together? Don't say, yeah, he sold a. It's not always like that. Oh. All this thing I'm talking is based on synergy and contacts. Do you understand what I'm saying? So don't mind days of little beginning. If it's a primary school, all you need is that you need enough profile online that you can point to that this is my job. Hello? But if you are looking for a website of 5 million to do, you might wait for a long time. Are we together? Cross-industry exposure. Because I know majority of the people here are into development. You can't say you are developing and you also don't know a bit about some other things. You have to know a little bit about networking. You have to know a little bit about security. I know of the classes we were taught how you install on local, because it's not everybody that will put their work online. Some people might have their server and they want to do it. And if you don't know how to work with Windows system or Linux system, so there are some bits and pieces that you have to pick about other areas in IT. Understand networking, understand ports. I know the day they were talking about ports in the class, a lot of people look lost because they don't understand ports. Can you port of internet, P-O-R-T? And as we have physical ports, so also we have virtual ports. Your websites, port 80, you have port 8080, you have 443, DNS, you have all manner of ports. You have to understand how some of those things work. So don't just limit yourself that I'm a full stack developer. I have a brother here. When I say go to waiting day school, he's smiling. Praise Barokin. He said, I know how to code. What do you do? What do you do? WordPress. And he's very good at WordPress. But when he got to waiting day, the perception has changed, Abby. Hallelujah. I'm sorry. Okay, we are not in church. So what's the next step? What's the next step? The next step is being intentional. Don't be a daydreamer. You have to be intentional. We have talked about, go and meet a guy waiting there. That woman in the Bible, I'm sorry, for those of us that are not church people, said that even the dogs can eat the crumbs that falls off the table. Or God can get crumbs, so project that is too small for him. Go and meet waiting day. That those crumbs, oh God, let me do it on your behalf. That's where you start. Networking. And that's where the compare asks us that network, get people's phone number. I'm really into networking. Or if you have networking job, I'm available to do it. I'm marketing myself. Then, don't just say, maybe you have certifications. Don't just say that I have CCNA. Hello? Are we together? Tell people what that your certification can do. Don't just roll out numbers or roll out certificate. I have CCMP, I have this, I have that. What can that your specialty, what can it do for people? And those are the things. Then don't forget about social media. And hopefully using it professionally, not just using it professionally to market. You can also market yourself. Be intentional. You can also market yourself through social media so that people can see your work. I have a web hosting now that what I use it for is just to the different things that we have done on class to put it there. I refer people there, go and see what I can do. So it won't be by mouth, they can see. And I pray that God will help us. Your brand and career growth are in your hands. By going beyond codes, embrace broader skill sets, building visibility, and cultivating genuine relationships. Don't cultivate relationship because you can use people. Cultivate genuine relationship. If I didn't have a good relationship with the person that called me for that job in Lagos, what will happen? That guy is good, but reliable. Or don't do shortcuts. There are a lot of shortcuts now. I'm sorry, this is not even part of it. A lot of people do give your clients quality. If you tell them, I'm going to do A, B, C to Z, don't do A to C and believe in your mind. One lè pẹ̀lú mi wá kó wá check iṣẹ́ and the day they discover that you are a fraud, it will be a catastrophe. Position yourself not only to thrive in your current role, but to lead, influence, and shape the future of technology. And I pray God will help all of us in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mixta Olugbenga Holajide. Come on, jam those hands together for him. That was a very beautiful section by the CEO of Sophia Studios, Sophia Tosh Technologies, Sophia Everything. Thank you so much for the beautiful section. Right about now, we'll be listening to a musical interlude. All right, the musician just gave me a sign I should relax. Right, we have Dan Sachs here. He's also a software developer and an amazing musician, a saxophone player. All right, but then before he gets ready, I will love to ask from us if we've learned as much as we can from Mr. Olajide's speech. Have we learned something? Have we learned anything at all? Of course, I have my notepad filled up with a lot of points, a lot. But I'm not going to be giving you cheat this time around. I'll be picking a couple of people. Okay, all right, this is going to be open. If you know you have things you've written down from the just this past section and you want to let me know or you want to share with us, can you wave your hand? I have gifts now. Let me just come out straight. I have gifts for you. You want to share with us what you've learned from Mr. Olajide? Can you wave your hand? Anybody? Oh, if you have not learned anything, can you wave your hand? You have not learned anything at all. Can you wave your hand? It means we have all learned something, right? So please, if you are bold enough to come share with us what you've learned, can you please come forward? Anybody? We all have shy and timid people here, right? No, I won't call you. I guess I won't call you. All right, let's put hands together for our sister with the gap teeth, right? I don't know her name, but then let's put hands together for her. She'll be coming to share some points with us while she go with my brand new gift. Yes, my brand new recharge card.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Sarah. Okay, I'm a guest, as he has said. Okay, what I've learned so far from what the second speaker said, he started with, if you've not failed in life or in all you've been doing, you should raise up your hands. Like at all, in everything that you've laid your hands on, you've not failed before, you should raise up your hand. Apostle Selma, sorry to bring in this in, used to say something that if you've met a successful man or a woman that have not failed in life, you should be afraid of the person. It's from your failure that you will learn a lot from. And also he said something about knowing your area and know what you are doing. Okay, I make hair. It's part of what I do. And now I know I can make hair very well. And a particular style will come. It will look as if I don't know it, but I know I can do it. You should not just tell yourself that you don't know it, because you know what you are doing. What I will do is, okay, I've learned this, I've done this. If I should bring this idea to this one, I should be able to bring something up to the table, and I will get it correct. So know your area and do what you are doing well. As a tech person, always add something to yourself. And he mentioned something that don't just be, okay, you are just, okay, you know how to do coding. It's just coding that you are building up to. No, at least you should apply that same knowledge that you used for the coding. Apply it to other things around you. You cannot just tell me that you are in school now. The only subject you know is mathematics. Other subjects are there that you can apply to it, or you just tell me that you love biology, but that mathematics, you don't want to go into it. Even the daily life activities that we are doing, we involve mathematics. You want to move from one place to another, you must add mathematics. You want to buy something, you calculate before you leave house. So does it add value to yourself as a tech person? And also he says something, be good at what you are doing and be good to people. Some people knows how to do business, but their character is something else. It's nothing to write home about. That is, okay, let's assume I have a business office that I do sell to people, and people will come around. I always don't have change. I always shout at them. I don't know how to coordinate myself. What do you think they will do? You will not see me, or if I'm the one, you will not see me coming back to buy or to patronize you on anything again. So make sure you show good character to the people that are coming, that's your customers. Make sure you treat them nice. They deserve better. Communication matters, he said again. Communication is very, very vital in everything that we are doing. Okay, if this, my brother here, doesn't know how to speak, I believe he won't stand here to do this that he's doing. You are doing business, yet you don't know how to communicate, like I've said, to your customers. You don't know how to sell yourself. How do you want to improve? How do you want to gather those money? You want to become a millionaire, but you don't know how to communicate with people to sell yourself in a way that you should get the words. And also, don't mind days of little. Don't be afraid of starting small. Always come out with ideas. Okay, well, if I can start with 2,000 naira, I should be able to make up more than 2,000 naira in this also time to come. Don't be afraid to start from small. Thank you so much.
Can we put our hands together for her, please? Let's put our hands together for her. Wow, she has done justice to most of what I have on my list. I got to know that the gift for those that come up here to speak is beyond what I have in my envelope. For the previous speaker, the man that answered the first question and her, they will be getting additional 1,000 naira airtime courtesy of Simbi Logistics, and I think that should motivate other people to speak. I will also speak, sir, so that I will be a part of the 1,000 naira. All right, so we will be listening to my friend and brother Dan Sachs for a few minutes before we welcome here our next speaker. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Daniel Ajayi, popularly known as Dan Sachs, Dan PHP developer, and Dan everything. Up to you, sir. Chi. Dancers at the building, ladies and gentlemen. Chi. Ladies and gentlemen, done. Let's go. Chi. Wow. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, dancers in the building. Let's put our hands together for C. If I am not a saxophonist, it would have been a different thing entirely. Understanding code alone is a very big problem. Now you're combining code and software notation. If I call several of us to come here and do this popular game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm very sure that 80% of us will not be able to do it. Am I right? But then someone has taken his time to score a whole piece of music and, of course, a beautiful interlude we got there by Mr. Dan Sachs. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dan Sachs. Thank you so much, my brother. That was beautiful. I hope I'll be able to play as good as yourself someday. Thank you. While Dan Sachs was performing, we have the CEO of Sabi Programmer in the building. Sorry, I'm not sure I got that. All right, he's in the building, Mr. Halo Undubusi. Can we please put the hands together for him? Mr. Halo Undubusi, thank you so much for being here. Sabi Programmers, wow, thank you so much for coming around. All right, this next section will be as hot as possible, and I want to believe that we are ready to receive the ministry. Of course, if you can talk to people, if you can get people inspired and motivated, it's a ministry. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together while we welcome up to the stage the ministry of Mr. Kudaibu Ade Shola, the lead programmer, and everything is just everything. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Just like I was introduced, my name is Kudeimbu Adeshola. And I am very privileged to be in our midst. And I think we should give ourselves a round of applause, please. I can see a lot of wonderful faces here. And I've been given this great task to talk about beyond coding. What is beyond coding? And I want to believe also that a lot of us who are here are not coders. We are not programmers. We are in different fields of endeavor. So my talk is going to be beyond even coding as it should be. But me, myself, I'm a software programmer. And I code in quite a number of programming languages. For the coders who are here and for the programmers who are here, if I start to mention some of the programs that I code in, I know they will know them. But I know a lot of us who are here are not really programmers. But this is a tech hangout for all of us who are into tech and those of us who are not really into tech. And I'll be sharing a personal story, my own story, in the journey of tech. When you ask a lot of programmers what makes them outstanding, most of them will tell you how much codes they can write. They'll tell you how good they are. They'll tell you how they can work with teams, and they can tell you how they can work under pressure. Those are the things we will always put as the things that makes us stand out. But I tell you that's not what makes a programmer stand out. And I want to pick it from what our CEO from Sophia Tech said and what my brother Olawale also said. They talked about value. The question would be, what value are you adding as a coder or as a programmer? Beyond adding value, do you understand the business side of what you're doing? Because the business side is what brings you the cash, is what brings you the money. You must understand the business side. You must also give value. I ask you one thing. If I ask Mr. Sabi programmer or waiting day programmer, or my sister that is writing there, please give me 10,000 naira from your pocket, would you be willing to give me, sir? Would you be willing to give me? Huh? I ask you today, I ask you tomorrow again, would you still be willing to give me? Why? Because money is not just handed out easily like that. There must be a value that I'm giving to you, and you are paying me in return. So, the money you're actually looking for is not actually in your pocket. It's actually in the next person sitting next to you. When you add value to that person, the person pays you. And I'll be sharing a personal story of how I got here. The resilience that he talked about, the patience he talked about, the value he talked about. And in this journey, I'll be mentioning one particular name, and the person is also here. A friend, a brother from another mother, a colleague who has been there, and we've been there together in this journey. It's not that person than my friend, Mr. Gabriel Ajayi, is seated there. Why have I mentioned his name? Please listen. The man you're seeing here co-founded a company with him, and we co-founded it with another investor. And the product we have currently is being used in 5 states of the Federation, including a federal exams board, NAPTEP. NAPTEP is using our product. Ondo State, Osun State, Ekiti State, Delta State, Edo State, OAU, Uniben, and a host of other people are also using our product currently. And imagine such a product affecting nothing less than 7 million lives each year. And it started here in Akure. How did the journey start? How did we build this product? Now, he was talking the other time, the CEO of Sophia Logistics was talking, and he made me nostalgic when he talked about VB programming. When there was no, he was even talking about when there was no access to much internet, where we could go to cyber cafes and download things. I started as a young programmer fully in 2005. So by next year, I think I'll be clocking 20 years, still under his mileage. So 20 years experience in programming. It's no big joke. So I started that journey. But how did it start? I met a professor of mine who said, I told him in 2005, and I told him categorically that I'm going into networking. CCNA, CCNP was in vogue then. It was the in thing then. But he told me, Shola, I said, you are being lazy. He said, programming is the real thing. Without prejudice to networking, please, sir, with all due respect. But he told me, he said, Shola, programming is the real deal. Go for programming. This was in 2005. I heeded to the call. I went into programming, learning programming. Java to be specific, PHP, VB, C#, JavaScript, Delphi. So, the journey started, but it was not easy. Alone, going to cyber cafes. What you call showboy today was not showboy then. It was Iyoma Plaza. I had a laptop that could only power for about 20 to 30 minutes. So I'll go to Iyoma Plaza, beg the guy there in the cyber cafe and tell him, I need to have access to power, and I need light. And I know a cyber cafe will always have power all through. So I begged him. I would stay there from morning till evening, not using their internet, but I had a book, a codex. That means a full book, not an audio book, not a PDF, that I'll read from morning till evening, go to Iyoma Plaza, stay there from morning till evening, practicing. 5 years after 2005, 10 years after, the same prof called me and said, Shola, how far with that coding? I said, sir, I can do it now. He said, I have a job for you. There is a man who got a job from NITDA. I know some of us will know NITDA. They are to train lecturers in Java programming, PHP, MySQL, and some other languages. Can you do it? I said, yes, sir, I can do it. I went to Danfodio University, Bayero University, ABU Zaria. We went there to train. So after the training, which was successful, I had the opportunity of training doctors, professors, and I felt like a king then, because they only knew the theoretical aspects, but I was coming with the practical experience. So I felt like a king. Yet, it was not much. So after that, he got another contract again to train civil servants. That was when Ondo State was also part of the civil servants that I could train on this same journey of coding. We came to Ondo State, we went to Ogun State, Rivers State, and some other states like that. So when I got to Ondo State, which was the state I was also residing in, I was training civil servants. Over about 40 participants of civil servants. So after the event, about 20 of them gathered themselves together and said, Shola, come and train us again. And I charged them. This was in 2012. I charged them. I said, okay, I'll collect a certain amount of money. Before you know what was happening, just like the proverbial case of the man of those who left Jesus Christ and gave excuses. I have to go and bury my dead. I have to go and do this. They were leaving one after another. And I was left with only one student. And it was this man, Mr. Ajayi. So I was left with only him. And he said, well, I'm the only one left. Would you train me? I said, okay, I'll train you. I'll charge you probably more than I could have charged before. So he said, no problem. He said, but the only challenge is that you have to come to my office because he's a civil servant. You have to come to my office and I'll get there. You will train me there. He said, no problem. I'll go there, train him. He is in the exams department of the Ministry of Education. So please follow the story and you'll get something inside. While I was training him, the exams was going on in the States and they got stuck. Because the machine used in marking the objective mark sheets was having a challenge. And this is a very big machine. Most of the exams you write, the objective questions are marked electronically. They are not marked manually. So he got stuck. The whole state got stuck. So he rushed down to me and said, we are stuck. And the commissioner is worried. The problem is about to get to the governor. What do I do? And I said, okay, he brought the codes for me. And I said, check this, check that, check this, and you'll be okay. He checked it, and it was fine. The exam moved on. From there, the dedicated machine that was being used, we were asked, what do we do about this thing? So he said to me, Shola, we can create our own. That was how the whole journey started. We created our own software that could mark objective mark sheets. Even if you snap with a phone, it will be marked. We created our own by ourselves, the two of us. Night and day, we were drawing maps, drawing graphs, drawing everything. We created our own software. Now, to turn it into money was now a problem. Now, this is where the story gets interesting. That's when they talked about value. That he made mention of something. He said people have money. We were looking for investors to now invest in what we have as a technology. So what do? We were going around states trying to market them and tell them that we have a product. We can mark your exams. We can do this. We can do that. We were knocking on doors in these states. None opened unto us. We traveled to Kogi State, traveled to Osun State, presented there, here and there. There was a day we went to Ekiti State. They asked us to wait for the commissioner from 8 a.m. The commissioner came in till we left 5 p.m. We couldn't see the commissioner of education. So we were there patiently. We did these things. We were looking for investors. But the value was there. When you have a product, don't be prideful that you've made so much work. You've done so much. If the product does not add value, nobody will pay. And if it is not a product that your investor is looking for, they won't invest. Think of your product very well. Don't just think of your own energy that you've put into your code. You are writing a code for an aeroplane. Who is building an aeroplane in Akure? You are writing a code for something, or you are developing something that is not useful. Don't go ahead and do such a thing. Look at the market value. Is it adding value or not? Fortunately for us, someone saw the product and said, ask these people to see me. So we went and met a lecturer. He said, present before us. We presented. And I tell you, the presentation was woeful. So that was why when he said, raise up your hand if you've not failed before. We did a presentation and the presentation was near woeful. But if you are in front of an investor who understands value, he will know that it's not a total failure. So that's why sometimes I don't follow motivational speaker because I'm not a motivational speaker. And I don't follow aspire to perspire. All these aspire to perspire, to despire, to despire, I don't follow, because the situation might not apply to you. It might not. So understand your own challenge, understand your own problem, look for a way to solve it. Success is not about cash. A Yahoo boy today to some people might be successful, but to me it's not successful. It's not. It's not about cash. It's about the value you are able to add. And failure, the way I see failure, it's not as if failure is not good. Failure makes you better because you learn from the experiences. So when we failed, allegedly, on that day of presentation, we were gloomy. We felt sad. This was in 2016, June. The man said, because we were presenting before a doctor and a professor who have been looking for such a solution for more than 20 years. So they now got something so close and they fumbled. So after the presentation, you know what the doctor said? He said, you have a product, but you are not organized and you don't have business sense. Go back, come back in 6 months' time and come and present again. We had that opportunity. So we went back, did all our homework, came back, presented in December. And when we presented, the prof said, now I'm ready to invest. The doors you are knocking that did not open before for you, I can open it with a phone call away. Before that time, me and my friend had submitted a proposal to these various states. The doors were not opening. But it was just a phone call away for him that I have a product for you, want to come and present. That was how we birthed iTech Scan. A company started, and now we can boast that in an exam season alone, we are providing jobs for nothing less than 100 people. In an exam season, we are providing jobs for nothing less than 100 people. And beyond that alone, other products came along. So, if you don't have value, nobody is willing to invest their money in something that is not valuable. And so, you must understand that it goes beyond you being able to write codes. He understood what he wanted. While others were living, he understood what. Yet as a civil servant, he's still part of a company and he's not feeding. He can't say his salary as a civil servant. He doesn't even know how much he earns because it does not feed him. Because he's part of a product, he's part of a brand, he's part of a service to the nation, not just to Ondo State alone, beyond Ondo State. What kept us going? The resilience, the values, the integrity, the core values of creating a brand. Now, I want to divert to another thing again in creating a brand, which goes to talk about people who are not tech people. This was where he talked about business. The business side of everything you do matters a lot. And most of us do not learn from the Igbo experience. The Inwan boy experience. How many of us are willing to learn first before we start to earn? The Igbo boy goes to his oga's shop, learns through the ranks. Sometimes 8 years, sometimes 7 years, they learn. And while they are learning customer relations, they are learning buying and selling, they are learning marketing. They are learning everything about the business. But some of us, all we care about is our skills. Oh, I have a skill, and you think that is enough. That's not enough for you. You must learn how to manage customers. You must learn how to market. Your skills are not enough for you. And when you have money, please invest it wisely into a product that you understand. You can be part of waiting day and invest in something and say, okay, waiting day, I have a product, I have this idea. Come, let's partner together. Waiting day can gather programmers and say, okay, put this idea together, let's float it, let's look for investors, let's make it work. It doesn't have to be you alone. That's where he talked about networking again. So these are things you need to understand. That the money you are looking for is in another person's pocket. Learn. Sometimes do giveaways by giving free products to people. Design an app, give them for free to use it, test it, use it for free. All that product will market itself while others will now invest. There are so many pro bonos. These are things that we've learned. Don't make the mistakes that we have made before. These are things we've learned in the business. My boss or my partner, who is the lecturer, will always tell me and said, you might be a tech person, but if you don't understand the business side of tech, there's no money for you. The ideas will only lie in your head. You must be able to transform your idea into money. So sometimes you will give a product out and say, test it. That is why the Oyinbo will tell you free trial. Not all your free trials will earn you money, please. Let me tell you that. There are times you will do free giveaways, free trials, free this, free that, and they won't earn you money. But I tell you, keep on. One day it will pay off. And for some of us who are yet to get married, your best time to do that on one boy is now. For our younger ones who are here, please, by the time you get married, the workload is much for you. To take care of your wife, to take care of siblings, to take care of this, to take care of that. While you are still unmarried, use all the time you have. Use it wisely. Learn. Learn the codes. Learn how to write. Learn different things. Learn marketing. Learn to partner. Learn to do your work. Because by the time you get married, I'm telling you, it won't be that easy again. Now again, when you've now started earning money, don't squander your money. Invest the money back into a business that can fetch you money. Those are things, those are the way to stabilize yourself. Like I said, in this personal journey, we've made mistakes. I've earned money from softwares. You know what I did? I kept it in the bank. You know the highest the bank will give me at the end of the day? After keeping millions of naira, what did they do? They started giving me maybe 6,000 naira or 10,000 naira monthly. Is that what you want to earn? No, sir. So what did I do? I got the Igbo sense. Like that's why I said, learn from the Igbos. For those of us who are not tech people, market is different from Adubo. Market is a place where you buy and sell. That's why the Igbo man will go to Oja Oba there and rent a shop by paying 400,000 naira for a small space and pay for 10 years. And you say, "Shori me that about the machine 400,000 naira left in shop." But if you understand the terrain of Akure, market is where you go to get almost everything. Not everything, but almost everything. So the market is a place where you go, you buy, and you sell. So when you are investing, for some of us who are not tech people, when you're building your brand, creating a shop, know where to site your business. If you're citing your business in the market, if you are doing a daily transactional business, site it where people will come in, come out, buy, sell, At the end of the day, that's where you make your cool money from. So please understand all this that I'm talking about, because from my experience, I invested in my wife. I make my own money because I write codes. Outside the company, I still write for other ministries, parastatals, create codes. But what did I do with the money that I make from there? Invest it back into my wife's business. Where she buys, she sells in the market. She's buying and selling. I can conveniently say that my wife is almost at par to me in income, because she buys and sells. And that 10 naira does not matter to you. It matters to the Igbo man. Because the 10 naira every day, onta is buying and selling. It's going out, it's coming in, it's going out, it's coming in. Before you know what's happening, she became a brand of her own in the market. But some of us will say, báwo ni màá ṣe kó adúrú owó yìí lọ sọ́jà kí n lọ máa gba ṣọ́ọ̀bù 10 years? I know you are laughing. I'm saying, that is the secret of the Igbo man. He's in a strategic position where people can access him. Somebody is coming from Ijoka, Omo Jaoba. But if you are now telling me to now start going to maybe Shagari village, that your one man's shop is located in Shagari village, that's why the Igbo man will always cite his business at Ojaoba or Nepa or Arakale, where everybody can access them. So for our non-tech people, it goes beyond you having skill. I'm a plumber, I'm an aluminium bender, I'm a this, I'm a that. It goes beyond that. It goes to you having the understanding of the business. To our tech people, understand the business. Value. What value are you adding? Do people need my product? Simbi Logistics saw a loophole in the chain of business. People have been doing logistics business, but he saw the loophole. People have been doing OMR technology, but we saw the loophole and we built on the loophole. There is a value in one or two businesses. It might be pure water, it might be anything, it might be fashion, it might be tailoring. There is a loophole somewhere that you can leverage on. So if you can go all this way, it goes beyond your skills. So for our young coders who are here, don't think it's about how much code you can write. Don't think it's about how many languages can I write. Don't think it is about how much work, how many nights can I burn on a project. No. Understand the business. Money is not everything. But when you add value, money will chase you. When you add value, money will come after you. When you begin to add value, sometimes people will beg you for project and say, we want you to be the one to design it. Your character matters. Integrity must be there. Sincerity must be there in business. And when you have all this by your side, these soft skills, when you have them, the sky is just your starting point, not even your limit. Like I said, all that I've said might not apply to everybody, but you can pick yours, apply it to you, build on it, and I think you can do well. Thank you so very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Kuden Buhadeshola for the beautiful speech he just rendered. Can you please put your hands together? Are we tired? Are we tired? Should we close the program? Should we go to our houses? You still want to hear more, right? Come on, put your hands together for him one more time. That was an amazing section. I have learned really much from the words he spoke, and I want to believe that you've learned as well. Do we have people who have learned something today? If you've learned one or two things, can you raise your hands? Now, the giveaway for those that come here to speak is getting bigger and bigger. And I think I'm super excited now because I'm going to be the first partaker. I think I won 1,000 naira card from. Wow. So we have more and more gifts for those who are courageous enough to come up here to share what they've learned from our speakers. So please, right about now, I will want, should I call one person or two to come up here?
Don't forget introduction.
Definitely. To come up here and tell me one or two things that they've learned from. Wow. All right, I have one person. Can I have one more person? Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm super excited about this because I am going to be the winner. There is a substantial, huge amount of money that will be given to the person. All right, that will be doing the person that will be doing justice to what the past speaker just said. I want to believe. All right, the cash prize just got to my hand. I don't feel like releasing it. All right, so if you are bold enough and you feel you can do a short recap of what the past speaker just said, apart from the two people that have spoken, because I can see that he's raising his hand already. Can you please come up here, grab the mic, and tell us in few words what you've learned from Mr. Kudeimbu Adeshola? Your time starts now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, thank you so much. You're welcome. I think I have someone who is willing to do justice to that. But then before we go to that section, I want to please buy a little time to acknowledge the presence of a few people who walked into this. I want to please buy some time to welcome and acknowledge the presence of Mr. Faith Olaniran in the building. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Faith Olaniran? He's the man in red back there, the SS. Oh, sorry, he pleaded with me that I should not say this, but then just for security reasons, SSA. All right. Please let's applaud Mr. Faith Olaniran in the building. We have Mr. Kolade Mayowa in the building, the CEO of Images, Mr. Kolade Mayowa. Thank you for coming around. And we have a veteran actor in the house. Wow, my goodness. I used to see his movies while I was a child. We have in the building Mr. Jude Shukuka, a veteran actor in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrate Mr. Jude. He's here with us today. And of course, with him, the host of the presence of Mr. Jude, we have Aji, my friend and brother, Mr. Ajit Shafe in the building. All right, please, in a few minutes, I would love to welcome Mr. Ajit Shafe here. There is a program coming up tomorrow. This is an advert, and I'm very sure he's going to pay me specially for this. Yes, for this promo. It's coming to tell us a few things about this program, and we have some tickets here. The tickets here are going also for free. A few tickets giveaway. I know how I will get that out. The trials of Brother Jero.
You are asking for money. See money here. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Akure. Good afternoon, devs. I'm a developer like you. It's just that I don't look like a developer because I'm first an entertainer. So, tomorrow we're having a stage play in the city of Akure. It's titled Trials of Brother Jero. And that's why my big brother and uncle has graced the city of Akure, Mr. Jude Chukwuka. Please help me celebrate him real well. To bring Jude Chukwuka to Akure, you need at least 2 million. If I have 2 million now, I know where I will be. But he has deemed it fit to celebrate us in Akure, to be with us. When I was coming here, I said, he's tired. Go to the hotel, go and rest. He said, no, let me come here with you. We'll stay here for a few minutes and then we'll move. So you see the kind of love he has for the people of Akure. So it will only be fair if you reciprocate the same kind of love and attend the event tomorrow. If you hear his name as Jude Chukwuka, you think he's not a Yoruba man. He's more Yoruba than most of us. Do you want me to prove it? I should prove it. One can prove. I'm sure most of you have seen him in Castle and Castle, quite a number of films, and you have seen him in Airtel's adverts. Yeah.
The latest film in town now, 7 Doors. Go and watch it. It's serious. It's serious. 7 Doors. Báwo ni bá ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣe pé Yorùbá Àkúrẹ́ bí rọ. My name is Jude Chukwuka. People call me Afeju Okoro Tewe Rekpela Rose. My Igbo-ness ends with my name. How did I know? Somebody asked me, in what language do you think? And honestly, in whatever language you think, that is your mother tongue. That is your first language. I realized I think and do everything in Yoruba. And I was like, but I'm Igbo. Abi? Oma ole jo baba kama binu oma. Mo jo baba me ju. I ju wo. I see nye mi ò bá ní báwo ní tèmi ṣe jẹ́ Igbo tó ń sọ Yorùbá. Aunty, it is simple. Ẹ ṣeun. I am very honored. I insisted to be a part of this. I insisted to be a part of this when he told me about young people coming together to hang out, coding and all the rest, which is, in fact, the future of the world. I said, let me come and see these young people. Because at their age, I wasn't thinking seriously. Government was paying me to go to school. So I didn't need to be serious with my life. So when I see young people picking the thing this early, I will do every and anything to encourage them in that path. And briefly, the last speaker said something. Please, my younger brothers and sisters, marry early, especially the girl. Jesus does not need a woman that is over 35 to marry. Because it is when you are past 35 now, I'm married to Jesus. Marry early. Why can't Jesus marry the 23-year-old? Why is it the ones that men don't want again that now come and put in the neck of Jesus? God will cause all of you to escape that scourge. I pray that you marry early and see life the way it ought to be seen. Education is good. Education without family is nonsense. Education is good, but education without family is nonsense. Because it's in the family, which is the, I hear you. It's in the family that the first form of transfer of knowledge happens. I encourage you, in case this has disturbed your coding, the next speaker will help recode your head. So Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
Thank you. From Mr. Chukuka, we are giving a couple of free tickets for people who will win one or two things and be at the program. Thank you very much. We love you.
Amazing people in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Jude, Shukuka, and Aji in the building. Come on, put your hands together for them. You people are not appreciating it. See, I will go with this gift, oh, this ticket, most importantly. This ticket worth 5,000 naira each. I will sell it cheap price. I can sell it to 2K tomorrow at the entrance of the event if you guys are not cooperating. All right, we've got tickets here, courtesy of Mr. Aji Shafe Hayo. So please be willing to partake while I ask questions today. We've got cash prizes here. I mean, I'm very sure I'm also going to be a part of this money. I just Mr. Sophia. All right, let's put a hand together for my brother here. He will be doing a brief recap of what the last speaker said in few minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is James. So the last speaker spoke, he talked about a lot of things. So I'll just mention a few. Like he said, I'll be doing a quick recap. Now, one of those things he said, we started from value. Now, you must have value, and it is your value that others will pay for. You must have value. Then the next thing he said is resilience. So it was because he was resilient. That was why he got investors. So that was why he was even able to get the solution. So he was resilient. Number 3 is marketing. He told us that we must know how to market whatever we have. It's not only about developing the solutions. You must also be able to market. You must be able to market, know the strategies involved, and know how to bid. So another thing he told us is integrity. You must have integrity. The business here, integrity is very important. One could lie or do anything now, but in future it will tell. So integrity. Then he told us that we should learn. Continue to learn. It's very important to learn. Don't be tired of learning. Learn now. He told us to learn even while still young. You can still learn a lot of things. So he advised us to learn. So another thing he told us, especially the non-tech, he said know where to set up your business. So if you know where to set up your business, you must check where people can actually access you very easily. So know where to set up your business. Then he also advised us to learn to invest. Learn to invest. So it's not about accumulating money, but learn to invest it in others. Thank you very much.
Let's put hands together for him. Wow. In few minutes, like I did instructed, he has done just. Please, before you go, please come get the voucher first. Then we'll talk about how to share the money after the program. Even me, MC, nobody is giving me money because you are now answering questions. And now everybody is just go and sit down. After the program, we discuss, the three of us, we discuss how we share the money. All right, in case you want to give us cash gifts, we are still taking gifts. You're welcome. Thank you so much for.
I think 2020. So then after my work, as the norms, you will stay at home for 1 year before you write jam again, before you go to school. So while I was at home, I was like, okay, this 1 year, what am I going to do with it? At least let me learn a skill and So I was like, everybody was learning tailoring, all my friends tailoring, photography, the regular skills. I'm not saying it's bad though, but the regular skills, So I was, let me learn tailoring. But me, one thing I learned about myself is anything that has to do with logic, that has to do with calculations, that's my area of strength. So I was like, okay, let me go into programming then. So that's when I called Mr. God's Power and everything started from there. So for those of us that know me, in my set then, I would say I'm not the brightest, I'm not the smartest. I think even when Oga gave us assignments, I'll be the if not the last person to complete the assignment then. But one thing that helped me then is consistency. I was very consistent. So I would tell us today that if you have talent and you are not consistent, you won't go really far. But if you are consistent, even without talent, I'll put it to us that you will go really, really far if you are consistent. So consistency is what I took. I kept showing up. I kept learning, all that. So at the point of learning, I started building softwares for bookshops, for inventory softwares for stores. That there was at times I might build it for 20K, even 15K. I've built a full-blown e-commerce website for 7K before. I built it for them. I even used some of my money to run the hosting, the domain, and everything, just so I could have websites, softwares to my own name. That's some of the sacrifices I made then. As I was still with my parents, they are still feeding me, clothing me, and everything. So I have all the time to myself to do all these things. So that's where I started from. I started building softwares for free for people, while I was learning. And I was also telling people, okay, this is what I do, this is what I do, this is what I do, this is what I do. So that's what really helped me in my learning journey to, grab things, grab the concept of building softwares, building websites in general. So I was still learning in waiting day when I got my first full-time role. So I would say my journey is not that difficult. It's somehow smooth and straightforward. So I said I'll be talking about consistency, and the second most important thing is we advertise ourselves. Tell people what you do, tell people what you are capable of. So there was this pharmacy store in front of our house. So I went there and told them that, okay, I can build an e-commerce store for you where you can display your products and sell, and I can help you manage the orders even if you don't have the time. And was like, I'm not really interested. I don't do such. I'm okay with this. I was like, okay, fine. So later on, a few weeks later, he called me that I should come to his shop that is urgent. I was like, okay. So I went there. He has a brother that runs this fintech company. I don't know if you know it, Extra Mile. So he has a brother that runs that company. So he was the one that recommended me to his brother. So I went there and brother was like, my brother told me you can do this, you can do that. And I was like, yes, I can do it. I was like, okay, call me so time, let's talk. So and I called him. I even skipped the interview because there was not really much interview. I was like, okay, can you do PHP? I was like, yes. So the website was built with WordPress. So I was asked to rebuild it again with PHP. So my journey actually started from there. So I rebuilt the website with PHP while they are giving me, the normal peanuts. So I was the front end, I was the back end, I was the cloud, I was the everything there. So as time goes on, I thought that this is not what I really want for myself. So I left. So after I left, a few times I got admission. Then I went to school. So juggling between school and work. So when I get to school, I started running tutorials for students, programming tutorials and all that, while I was taking little gigs to support myself. So and then one thing that really helped me then is, as I said earlier, I love anything that has to do with logic. So I was like, this front end stuff has to do with design and all that. So I was like, okay, since I love logic, let me now focus more on the part that has to do with logic as well. So that's when I decided to niche down to become a back-end developer. So then I picked up PHP. That's what I use and I still use till today, even though I know other back-end technologies like Python and all that. But I still decided to niche down on PHP and own my skills in PHP. So that's what I've been using, and consistency is what has really helped me up to this point. Coming from someone that built software for 15K, 10K, to someone that built a software that launched in less than a month with over 20K users. So it's consistency that brought me there. And then one lesson I love to tell us is that we should not be a jack of all trades. You understand? Yes, it's good to have knowledge about many things, but you should have something that if anybody has issues and they are looking for it, your name should ring. This also person can do it. Now at 20 they know me that if anybody has issue with PHP, if I'm not the first or second person they will call to help them resolve the issues. You understand? So own your skill, your particular skill, so that even you'll be confident even in interview. You know, if you know what you are doing and you are confident in your skill, to raise any interviews will be very simple. So just it's good to have knowledge of other things, but have one particular thing that's your, I would say, like your area of specialty or what you are really good at. You understand now? Yes, for me, I can code in Python, I can use JavaScript, but when it comes to area of strength, PHP is my area of strength. So as a developer, if you don't have area of strength or something, then it will be really difficult for you to like to move forward. You understand? So so as I said, PHP is my area of strength, and that's what has really helped me. Even recently this year, most jobs I've got was based on recommendations, and that will lead me to my third point. I would say if you work with clients, make your client satisfaction your priority. You understand me? Make your client satisfaction your priority. Don't just see it as let me just do this work for them and just collect my money. One thing I do is, if then when I was not really stable, then if I work for a client, I always do like a free maintenance and follow up for them every month. Once I build your website and it's online, I will give them free maintenance, free follow up. How is your website faring? Any issues? If you have any issues, feel free to call. I will help you to solve it. Or just so I can have that what should I call it now? That network and that client base. You understand? And now this year, I don't even I can't remember when I applied for a job. You understand? Most of those jobs was based on recommendation. I've worked with him before, it's very good. I've worked with him before, it's very good. That's what has been bringing those jobs. So if you put these three things together, you are consistent, you know, you picked a niche and you focus on it and you own your skill on that niche. And other clients you work with, you make them, you know, you don't know, even that client might not be the one to bring that work. Again, I just say, maybe a family friend, a friend, I need someone that can do this, I need someone that can do this. And you know, most jobs that is based on recommendation, even if you are to be even if you be interviewed, you will be interviewed just to follow the due process. You know, you already have that merit, you already have that some sort of, let me say, like a grace that already covered because you are coming from an in-house person. You understand? So moving on to my next point, I won't take much of our time. Yes, so aside codes, I will tell us to build our skills, like our communication skills, you know, teamwork. You know, as a developer, you won't be working, you won't be a solo developer for too long if you want to grow. You understand? Most companies already have, you know, their own team, their own group of devs. You understand? So apart from you being able to write good codes, write clean codes, you should also be able to work like in team, perfect your communication skills, you know, understand the business side of things. You get me now? So you understand the business side of things. So if you are putting that together, it will make you an all-round developer that people will always seek for. And lesson I would be telling us is never stop learning. You know, you have to continue. You know, tech evolves. You understand? So a code that was written in, let me say, 2015, if you bring it now, it's already outdated. So you keep, you know, you keep learning, you keep owning your skills. Now, I'm not saying you should be jumping from one tech to another because they are trending. No, but that your particular niche, you know, keep learning and expanding in that area. Okay, for example, I said I'm a back-end developer, right? So earlier this year, I saw a job posting, but that job posting was in a Flask. I don't know if you know Flask. This little Python framework. So, as a PHP developer, I was like, but the pay was like, you know, really nice. I was like, this pay is nice. I was like, okay, no problem. That let me even learn Flask. Even if I don't get the job later on, at least I will add it to my skill set. You understand? So I picked up Flask, and because I had Python experiences before, I picked it up really quick in a week, and I went back online and I see that job posting was still there. So, and then I applied for the job, and then the time I was like, what can I do? I said, I can do this, I can do this. But luckily for me, the company already have different products that was already built with PHP already. they just want this one to be built with Flask because of the AI stuff that they want to integrate. So as I came and they were like, now that I have PHP skills, and they checked my portfolio and was like, okay, I will be the best fit for the job. That's how they gave me the job. So, and then one last thing I would say is never look down on yourself. You understand? Around us there are people that are, I would say, that are naturally brilliant. That pick up stuff really quick. You understand? There are people around us like that. Even in my set, there is this guy also, I don't know, Praise. He learned React Native in a day, and he built a full-blown movie app. You can ask Oga in a day. So you can see, I can't compare myself. I can't compare myself to that guy. You understand? I can't compare myself to that guy. So we all have our own, I would say, our own pace of learning and our own timing. So back then, if I'm to say, Baba, it's a call React Native, okay, let me follow suit. I might be on it for 2 months, 3 months, and I won't achieve anything. You understand? So those type of guys, even if they are not, those type of guys, if they want to learn different technologies, they can learn it because they have, I don't know, they have the, capacity to take in much stuff at once. But me, looking at my own self, I know that, I have to just go at my own pace. So you just have to know yourself and know your area of strength. You understand? And know how well you can grab things, or let me say, how quick you can grab things, and just set that for yourself and just be consistent in it. And I know you will grow. So to round it up, as I said, consistency matters. You understand? Then pick a niche, specialize. Pick an area of specialization, work at it, and be good at it. And then, lastly, advertise yourself. Tell people this is what you do. If I have a guy that do make tutorial videos on all these short tutorial videos on TikTok, and he's getting a lot of gigs from there. So you can do that as well. Making tutorial videos online is a way that you market yourself. You understand? I have a guy doing that, and he's getting a lot of gigs from there. Even people that will say, I have this job, but I can't do it. Can you help me with it? And we split the pay. You understand? That's a way you can market yourself, and that's a way that you can, you can keep growing. Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, let's put thanks together for our own brother and friend, Mr. Ahmed. Come on, celebrating one more time. All right, he has spoken so well. It's funny, I never knew. All right, if you are willing to do justice to what Mr. Ahmed just said, come up here and grab the mic. Can we put the hands together for the... No. All right, thank you so much. Can we have you speak? Your name, then anything you want us to know about yourself.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So quickly to just recap what Mr. Ahmed just said. Number one major thing that actually kept him going was that he was really, really consistent. And the other time when Mr. Kudaibu was speaking, it said something that, the first speaker, Mr. Olubenga, he said something about art of negotiating. So he made this mistake when he started. He said he built a full-blown website at the cost of 7,000 naira. Like, oh my God. I feel like at this point, we should always find space to learn before we start actually earning. And then this is one thing that I have actually learned from what he said. So be intentional about advertising yourself. If you have the skill, if you have this value that you know that you can actually solve problems, kindly, advertise yourself. It actually helps you to build your, your self-confidence and all. And then you mentioned one thing that it was not like a good communicator. He could not communicate with other people, and then he was able to build that skill of communicating. He was able to build now how to work with other people, like teamwork, and then that's just it. And then also, every opportunity you have to gain a skill, please engage in it. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fayumi, and from everything he said, I could pick like 4 to 5 points that were relevant to me. He said, don't be a jack of all trade. Like, you can have knowledge about everything, but just have something that it is peculiar to you, that when they are looking for someone in this space, you are just the go-to person. And he said, know your strengths and your area of specialty. Like, take for example now, you know how to bake. Anything that pertains to baking, may them just leave on for you. You did there. So that is a thing that I picked that I think would actually work for me. And also, understand the business side of things. I mean, like one of the speakers said, he said, you can have the idea up there, but understanding business, negotiation, you might just not know how to do it. But when you understand the business side of things, know how to monetize it, know how to market it, know how to negotiate, then you can make it money. So, and he also said, never look down on yourself. That is a major thing, because, I mean, you have people who are better than you. And when you see someone that is doing something that you know you can't do so much, you can't do it as good as that person, you tend to look down on yourself. But just try to not look down on yourself. Thank you.
Can we put hands together for... Please come, please come. Hello, hello, ma. Hello. This is for you, and let me hand the other one to the lady there. Thank you so much for contributing. All right. We have this young man here, and while he was coming, he said, I am here for the cash prize. So he's here to, you know, be a partaker of the cash prize. All right, so of course, he will contribute to what has been spoken already. And let's leave it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My brother here, Brother Ahmed, said something. He said how he got his fourth gig when he used to go to a pharmacist close to his house. So, Pastor David Oyedepo said something. He said, a closed mouth is a closed destiny. Whatever you do, try to advertise yourself. Then don't look down on yourself. Anyone can do mistake. Don't be afraid of doing mistake. If you don't do mistake, you can't walk. You can't go far in life. According to what Brother Ahmed has said here, he has made a lot of mistakes before he became a solution provider to most of our bugs error in PHP during our cohort in January. I know of Brother Ahmed. Whenever you have any issues in PHP, you will beg him. Brother Ahmed, and there was a guy in our cohort that used to do like Brother Ahmed. Shout out to Inioluwa in it. He happens to be a very close friend of mine. In one way or the other, the guy will keep encouraging me. The Surely Code, if you do this thing. Even there was a time he used to call me Surely Code. I think I spent like 1 month when I said my name is Surely Code. After all, my name is Shola. So I decided to say my name is Surely Code. So everyone started calling me Surely Code, Surely Code, even without me knowing any code. But up to then, in one way or the other, when we finished our cohort, someone reached out to me that he wanted to do a software. Though I was not capable of doing it, but I go to Ini, and Ini do all his best to us to go to get a gig. But to the glory of God, we thank you, and we thank Mr. God's Power Otali for giving us the wisdom to do coding. Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah. Come. Thank you so much. Now, he spoke as a member of the current cohort, and it's obvious that, of course, we are our friends and a big family in the cohort. Thank you so much for the way you spoke. We have someone else here who is willing to... Sorry? Ogbos. Okay, this is Ogbos money, right? Ogbos money. In few minutes, he wants to do a recap of what Mr. Ahmed said. Thank you.
Actually, firstly, shout out to Brother Ahmed, Pablo. He has saved my cohort from a lot of errors during our project and stuff. He's actually good in what he do, so accolade to him. But what I'm here to say is the aspects of us, we that are in tech, the aspects we are missing. We in tech, we are fond of, we like to say it's an habit of what we met there. Like, we rather work for people and get paid rather than having a startup of ourselves. It's more as if we lack confidence in ourselves, we don't believe in ourselves, and other stuff. One thing about everything is that we own the web, and the people who employ us, most of them, 90% of them, they don't even know how we code and how we go about everything. Like for example, like building a sign up and login page, it might take hours, and people that can just come, just sign up and log in within like 2 minutes. But we know what we are going through and facing a lot of errors and stuff. It shouldn't be. I'm more like encouraging us, like to think beyond working for people, thinking beyond code, like empowering ourselves not to work for people, like not to work like slaves. Because actually, sometimes the price are not what the pay is not worth the hard work and stuff. So we can actually like empower ourselves, go beyond the codes and enter into the main market because we own the web. We can have our own tech startup, though it's not easy. We can face a lot of challenges and other things, but I can assure you that it's worth it, and it's worth it, sha. That's just it.
Let's put the hands together for Mr. Ogbo. Have your gift. Thank you so much. Now, a lot of people are coming up here to speak, but then our time is fast spent, and we are thinking of bringing the program to a close as soon as possible. You want to speak, right?
Yes.
Okay, you have just a few seconds to do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mercy Gilbert. And I just want to talk about one thing that he said. He talked about client satisfaction. So he said he was trying to make these clients happy. Even after he has developed this website for the person, he will still give them 1 month checkup to check to know how far what is going on. So that's just one thing I want to say, because so many people have been talking about advertising, consistency, never stop learning. So I just want to recap, just to remind you of this one, client satisfaction. Thank you.
Let's put thanks together for her. Thank you so much. All right, it's obvious that a lot of people are coming up after they heard that we have money to share. Now, the good news is that this last set of people that just came to get the mic, we are not going to share the money with you people because the money here cannot be enough for us. All right, we're going to be limiting to the first set of people that came on board. And then while we proceed, I want to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Newton in the building. Thank you so much for being here, Newton. We have Shetemi in the building too. Thank you so much for coming around. Ladies and gentlemen, in few minutes, say 2 minutes, I will want to welcome up here Mr. Ajayi Gabriel from Ministry of Education. He has few words to speak to us. Can we please put our hands together while we welcome Mr. Ajayi Gabriel? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name has been mentioned. First of all, I want to appreciate the waiting day group or whatever. I'm hearing your name for the first time, right? Through Mr. Sola. In fact, I want to encourage you, the younger programmers. You know, I told Mr. Sola, I always tell him that you are too old for me. You are too old for me to be coding. I need younger people because he has been engaged with wife, husband, and other sorts of things. So that is why we will need some of you. I know the number of years we interviewed a lot of programmers. We have interviewed none more than this year alone, at least more than 6 or 7 programmers, and none, at least only 3 of them were partially okay for the system. But we said, okay, we don't need you. Let's continue. So you see, if I had known I would have contacted him. Please, give me someone who can do this. I want to bet you. Jobs, we have jobs. There are jobs, but where are the personnel? No personnel. But what they tell me that there are personnel now, Abi, I should be rest assured. So number 2 is that go and co-opt with your other colleagues. I'm talking to the younger people now. Your younger colleagues, those who are in other departments. When I was younger like you, I always go to the department. I will pick up their projects. Okay, what is your project? I will go to marketing department. I will pick your project. I will go to mechanical. I will pick your project. I will go to civil. I will pick your project. I will go to electrical. I will pick your project. I will compare all those projects and I will say, okay, were you the one that did the project? I will pick 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's actualize it. You see it, we make up another company. You are making another company. It's not about when government is trying to recruit, don't rush after their recruitment. Government job cannot take you to anywhere. I don't encourage people to go into government job. The older people you are seeing that they are doing government job, they entered into this service when this country is looking for an administrator. Presently, we have enough administrator. We don't need administrator. We have conducted a recruitment test together with him for several states. Let me use several states. And I discovered something in the recruitment that some of them that we have done. I discovered that the investigation said, okay, give us the best 2,000. You will see people with the best 2,000. And those best 2,000, they are those who can read very well. They are not those who can do the job. So when they get to interview, it is then they will now be dropping gradually. So I will encourage you, don't run after this other government recruitment. Try connect.
Mommy Bukola Hojumu, she walked in while Mr. Ajayi was speaking. Let's put thanks together for her. Thank you so much, Mommy, for coming. And of course, the other time I did mention that this program was being streamed live. It's on the group's page. Please, if you're on the group page, copy the link and share this program on your status right now, please. The live stream is being powered by my friend and brother here, Mr. UT James. Is the one in charge, and please let's make use of that advantage. And I have my friend and brother too. While Daddy was speaking, Mr. Ajayi, son of Grace, the CEO of Never Walk Alone Media, he also walked in. Thank you so much for coming. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to welcome up to this podium the set man of this ministry. All right, Waiting Day Code Academy is a ministry where a lot of people have been made. This ministry, this academy, this institute, with an ovation, a clapping ovation, a standing ovation, a shout ovation. Welcome with me, my brother, my friend, my boss in the building, Mr. God's Power Atali.
This iPhone is too much. You are whining me. I won't press money. Thank you so much for the standing ovation. I want to appreciate everyone here. And especially, I want to appreciate, please, I want us to just have a seat for a few minutes. I won't take your time. Just let's have a seat for a few minutes. Let's have a seat for a few minutes. Let's be patient. We'll soon be out of here in no time. All right. Are we together? All right. I have lots of giveaways in this gathering this afternoon. And I want you to pay attention as it flies around. If you don't get it, that is all. It's gone. Are we together? And for those of you who got the voucher for data or for airtime, please ensure you write your name and your phone number and tick the network, and ensure you submit it to my wife. Just submit it to her or any of the ushers. You'll be credited just after this program. Are we together? All right. Beyond quotes. What do we have to say beyond quotes? Fortunately, Jude was mentioned in here that marry early. Say marry early. Why we see him off, he emphasized that. He said marry early. He said marry early. But don't marry without anything upstairs. Young people here, you are all gathered here today to hang out together. I want to beg you, please have a skill. You can't walk alone in the life you have today without a skill. Don't do life alone without a skill. Don't finish university without a skill. Don't go to university and say, I want to go marry without a single skill. I wish I knew quotes earlier in my life. I'm 36 now, and I want to thank God for the grace He has given me. I've been doing PhD for 16 years plus now, and I encourage people to write what they can use to create value. Now, Simbi was saying, and my Oga Adeshola was also saying that you should. What are you exchanging for money? What services are you giving out to people around you that you could get money from? Oh, I can do this, I can do that. I'm so many things in one. I'm a graphic designer. I'm also a programmer, a web programmer, a software engineer. All the graphics of this program you see online anywhere, I design it myself. Honestly, I'm a graphic designer. I take my time to do designs. I love designs. I just like to create things. But you must be ready to put the work. As much as you are learning, thank you, sir. Technical. As much as you are learning, be ready to put the work. A lot of you here went through the Code Academy. Over the past few years, we've been able to raise over 1,500 people. And this event is just the 5th edition. And we are trusting God that by the next edition, 6th edition, we have it more bigger than this, where we have a lot of people in the tech space. We are an academy that wants to ensure you have value for yourself. You're able to learn something and be able to do something with your life. I have a lot of guys here who finished from FUTA recently. Congratulations to all of them. They are actually making money even before finishing school. Some of them, before getting into university, learned skills and they are sending themselves to school. One thing about I met the last speaker that's very interesting is that when he came to the academy, he was just a young boy who just finished secondary school. And his father said, please train him for me. Train him for me. I'm super proud of every one of them here. Newton, Shetemi, all of them. I can keep mentioning their names. I can see them in the crowd. They are all here. And I'm very proud of you, but I still challenge you. Please do something for yourself. Don't just mark register in school 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock or to 6 o'clock in the evening, and that is all you know how to do for 4 years, and you don't have any skill. The question is, what are you doing for yourself? Parents who are here, ensure you put your children into digital skill, because that's the new blood money. That's the new blood money. You can evolve in any skill of your choice. You can be a UI UX designer, create products. You can be a graphic designer. I earn far on graphics very well. I earn far on graphics, a lot on graphics. And I also do that on codes, yes. But more, of course, I get more money from codes. Are we together? Please, I want to encourage you. As much as you are building, have a product. A minimum viable product you can sell to people. You will ask yourself, I found out, I said, how will I do life even when I grow old? All the MPV solutions you have out there, people will definitely want a solution. And you are providing solution to their problems. You are a solution provider. If you are a data analyst here, you are a solution provider. If you are aspiring to get into any of this space, you are a solution provider. See yourself as an entity that can create a solution anywhere. And let me tell you, what you know, I always tell people, certificates. Sabi, what do you sabi? It is what you sabi, and I thank God for Sabi programmers who are here. It's a very good collaboration we're having in this program this season. I want to appreciate you, sir, Mr. Ndubisi. Thank you for coming. They are doing amazing stuff, beautiful things. Please, parents, push your children into learning digital skills, soft skills early enough in life. And don't just leave it there. Ensure you guide them. Ensure you encourage them. If you want to do that more, give somebody to hold their hands and mentor them through the process. Sorry, my son, he learned how to do this. Oh, Mr. Shola, please, I have somebody who's interested in Java programming. Please help me tutor him. Help me train him. Help me build him up. And you will see him doing amazing stuff in life. You know, recently my wife became a data analyst. And I was saying, oh, okay, baby, just resign and just join the tech space. Okay, that's fine. And she did. Over 3 months, she was going to class every day. And I would teach her, okay, this is how it is. This is SQL. This is what it does. This, you know, before she even resumed this class, I was the one teaching her at home. Yeah. We put the tutorial on the TV. Do you not understand what this is? This is this. This is this. And once she got to the class, it was much easier for her. Please, I want to beg of you, your computers are not just there to watch movies. It's not there to watch Netflix. It's not there to just browse your life away. It is there for you to use it to learn something tangible. And for as many of you are aspiring developers here, aspiring graphic designers, aspiring, data analysts, aspiring, DevOps, aspiring anything in tech that can bring you money, one advice for you: learn one that can actually turn to money immediately. Are we together? Don't be a jack of all trade. Like my guy said, don't be a jack of all trade. I want to learn this. I want to learn this. I want to learn this. Why? Simi was saying, start small. When it came to business, I had to consult. Esther, how do I go about this business? God told me especially. He said, come, go train people. The first time we had the training section was with the Oni of Ife. We trained 60 people in Ile-Ife. Then, August 2018. And amazing training. I take about 3 sections daily on programming, web development, morning, afternoon, night. What I teach people in the morning is what I teach people in the afternoon, in the evening. And that section was running for 6 weeks. And I tell you, these guys were amazing. Amazing young people. So please, as much as you are learning, as much as you are in that school, don't allow school to take your life away from you. Don't allow school to take that part of you that wants to learn. Don't allow school to distract you to the point that you won't go very far in that skill you are building for yourself. Do more for yourself. Do more for yourself. Aside the certificates, let me tell you, what you have upstairs is what you carry you along. Most of the guys here, none of them, in fact, virtually all of them are not computer science students. Some of them are geophysics, some of them are different, categories of fields, and they are doing so well in tech. And I'm rounding up on this note that please ensure you keep learning. It doesn't stop there. Keep learning. Keep learning. Keep learning. Be a solution to a product around you. I have gone to business centers whereby a business, I just see a company just being built. I just walked in. I said, hello, my name is Gospel Otali. I'm a software engineer. This is what I do. He said, do you have your proposal or your card? I said, no, I have my laptop. I can show you what I have done. He said, you have 10 minutes. I said, okay, 10 minutes. We spent about 2 hours talking to them. He said, okay, this thing. I walked out there with 2 projects. With 2 projects. See, you must determine to sell out yourself out there. Nobody owes you anything. You must be intentional about selling yourself and say, sir, I can do graphics. Can you please employ me? I will do it for free. I have done websites for 5K before. I have done websites for free before for customers. Aside building that, I had to go into software. Let me build a product people can use. And if you go to any gas stations around, you find my software. If you go to any hotel around, you find my software. If you go to most of companies around, you find my software there. In fact, I don't change the faces. Once you see the interface, you know this is waiting day. Are we together? It's an open source. You can add money. You can just change it, little things to others. Just spread it, and You make your cool money, and you are also a tech support to them. You keep earning from that company. Always. Always. So please, I'm charging you guys, for those of you who are aspiring to go into tech, for those of you who are still learning, ensure you get the bull by the horn. Ensure you are intentional about your learning. Ensure you also expand your knowledge to learn. Ensure you don't stop where you are right now. Ensure that you keep learning and you don't stop learning. Ensure you bring that child of yours who is interested in computers. Let them begin to learn now. Push them into it. Encourage them. When my sons were growing up, I have a son, 9 years old now, going to 10. One is going to 7 by January. They poured water on my laptop. He said, Daddy, I want to clean it for you. When we finish watching cartoon, they will step on the screen and jumping. I am jumping. Those were terrible times. I had to fix screens of laptops, keyboards every time. But today, they can find their way on the computer very easy. I know when they grow older, they find their path in the tech world. Please show them the way. Young guys in secondary school, show them the way. Young guys in university, don't give up. Learn something new. You're a graphic designer. Emulate good graphics. Don't say, this one, I can do this one now. Me, once I see one fine graphics, I copy it. Are you with me, sir? When I see a good graphics, I appreciate it. I emulate it. Can I do this thing? Let me see how I can do it. I want to encourage you today to please don't give up. And please go beyond quotes. It said career growth and personal branding. You must be intentional about yourself. Let your social handle speak about what you do. Don't just do TikTok and shine your teeth everywhere to people. No. Let them know when you are finding something about this thing, this is the guy that has it. And I trust God to lift us up in Jesus' name. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, put your hands together for Mr. God. Oh my God, you are not doing justice to this ovation now. Yeah. Please put your hands together for Mr. God's Power, Otali. Thank you so much, Mr. God's Power. You've blessed me. I'm always excited meeting you. Thank you so much for what you do for this generation. This program is very delicious, as you can see. Yeah, it's interesting, and of course, this program is interesting. I've been extremely blessed, encouraged, motivated, and of course, I've been fed both spiritually and physically. If you've not gotten your physical food, make sure that you go and claim yours also, because after the program, if you've won any of the vouchers, we are still going to have more winners. If you've won any of the vouchers, Mrs. Waiting Day will be on the seat at the back to credit you with your airtime, data, and the likes. And of course, we'll be moving forward in a few minutes. Please, like I said earlier, get your questions ready. That is probably going to be the last section. Get your questions ready. If you have any questions, tech related and the likes, get it ready. We'll be attending to them as soon as possible. Sabi programmer in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome my brother and friend, the manager of Sabi programmer. In a few minutes, he has one or two things to say to us. Please put your hands together for him. Put your hands together for him. You have eaten momo and small shops. You are not clapping. Put your hands together for him.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, waiting day. All right. We are together in this. My speech here is going to be very, very brief. It's not going to be long. But let me start by reminding us what Mr. Adeshola said. I don't know if I'm correct with that, your name. Okay. All right. So one thing he said I picked up from him was this, and I love it, is as a tech person, once you start making money, go into business. I love business in as much as I'm into tech, but I love business. anything you are discussing with me and you're not talking business side of it, I will be sleeping while you are talking. That's just the thing. Yes, business, let me tell you, the first money you make, I know what most tech guys do. Once they start making their money, they would like to flaunt themselves. They want to buy quality clothes, dress very well, buy cars, and show off. They are already making it. But I am not a part of that. Do you understand? So once you start making money in tech, go into business, look into business. In fact, precisely look into real estate. That is my own candid advice. Then the second thing I want to also bring in to us is this. Tech is very wide. If you're into tech, you have the weapon and you can shoot anytime. Now, some of us that are just getting up or that are just entering into tech, let me tell you, if you are just entering, if you are still learning, listen to this. There are so many opportunities. Tech is hard. Anybody that is telling you that is soft, that person is lying. You can't tell me coding. Coding is hard, but it's worth it. It has a lot of money and opportunities there. Some of us has a lot of connections, but you are not making use of those connections. The connections you have, if you use it very well, you make a lot of money. That is my speech here. I want to sincerely appreciate Waiting Day. Thank you for giving us the opportunity, Sabi programmers, to be here. We really appreciate everything you are doing. A lot has been said as we are going back to our homes. Please go and refine your plans against next year, what you want to start with next year. Don't say once you enter January, you start planning. No. If you have not reviewed what you plan to achieve this year, go and do that now so that you start early by next year. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate our brother and friend, Sabi programmer. Thank you so much for the short speech. That was edifying. He said something that I will never want to forget. It's part of my own speech. He said, tech is a weapon. I will still talk about that in a few minutes while I get to my section. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I would love, with an ovation, that we welcome our daddy for a special session. All right, he wants to be on his way, and he will love to share some blessings with us before he leaves. Ladies and gentlemen, with a clapping ovation, let's celebrate the presence of Daddy Hojumo. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Shout hallelujah. Praise the name of the Lord. I know this is not a church service or session, but in everything we do, we must factor in God. So shall we pray in a minute, please? Whether you're a believer or not, we all pray. Father, we thank you for this session. Thank you for the grace you have given to us to be gathered here at this hour. Thank you for your son, his wife and family. Thank you for the CEOs and the aspiring CEOs and the future CEOs and everyone here. Father, be thou glorified in the name of Jesus. Bless us without measure in the name of Jesus. Thank you, mighty Father. I want to salute our brother, our friend, my son in the Lord, Brother Gosawa Otali. This is a gathering of CEOs. Many CEOs are here. And I can see many future CEOs. If you are a future CEO, shout hallelujah. If you are going to be a CEO one day, shout hallelujah. If you are already a CEO and you are going to be a global CEO, shout a louder hallelujah. Without wasting your time, I'm excited seeing young people here, bursting with life, great vision, great glory, good life. I wish I'm a youth, but I'm already in my 60s, so
And I thank God for his grace. So I want my appeal to youth here is that try and emulate the good strides of CEO God's Power Otali and his friends. The Bible says in Psalm 1, it says, blessed is he, is the man that walketh not in the company of the ungodly. You can see the friends of God's Power Otali, they are called CEOs, men with vision, men with vision, men with prospects. So if you are a youth here, you don't know how to get it right, you have mentor already. You know, many of them are spoken here. I feel like this session should not end, but I have limited time. You know, like Olugbega Olajide, like Mr. Kudeimbo, Adeshola, many of them that spoke here, like Mr. Ahmed, the cohort. Am I right? You know, and so many of them like that. These are men with vision. So I want to appeal to you all to please, you have people to follow. If you follow those who know the road, you will not miss your way. One thing I learned here that I will keep, you know, telling youth is that learn before you earn. I don't know whether Yusuka said that, but I pick it up. Learn before you earn. Most people want to begin to earn without learning. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. I also, you know, had there that if you carry value, you'll be valuable. People who don't carry value are valueless. I also learned here that start, don't delay. You can make mistakes, but with time, you will get it right. And that is in accordance with the Bible. Job 8 verse 7 said, though thy beginning be small, their latter hand shall greatly increase. God's ever said it's small, but today it's still growing. And I see at the top, even in the name of Jesus. I want to thank our mother, the great mother of this great son of God. I'm sure she's somewhere there. I saw her, I greeted her. Mommy, God bless you, ma, for raising a great son. More grace. And to all mothers here, the Lord bless you in Jesus' name. I will just share a word of prayer and I will take my leave. I pray for all CEOs here and aspiring CEO. As the Lord liveth, your enterprise will continue to grow in the name of Jesus. I pray for all CEOs here, your company will go global. I'm praying for all CEO here, your heart will not fail you. It shall be well with you. The world will hear your product and you shall be celebrated. For everyone say amen. The world will hear your name in high places. Thank you so much and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with an ovation, please celebrate my daddy, Pastor Ojomo. Please put your hands together for him. That was beautiful. He shared blessings with us, and of course, it's very, very important that we don't lose out of such. All right, right about now, I will want to ask, do we have winners for the games? I did mention the other time that we have gifts for the games. The PS4 section, where is the winner? The winner for the PS4 section, please come up here. The box game too. The box game, where is the winner? Who won the section? The box game, the table tennis section, who won? Can you please come up here? Table tennis section, the chess, the Scrabble, the what, the snake and ladder, the Monopoly, the skipping rope, the identify the drinks, the balloon game, the whatever. Please, if you were opportune to be a winner at some point or the other during the game section, please come up here while I give you my account number so that you will send money to it. Please come up here. Come and take my account number. and transfer all the remaining money in your account into it. All you have in your account. All right, thank you for being a part of the game. Thank you for being a part of the game. Thank you so much for being a part. You won 2 games. Why did you play 2 games? Bring the tickets. Why did you play 2 games? Can we put our hands together for them? It's not easy to win game. When I was in primary school, I used to be the second in the class. Yes. There was this particular day that I came home with my results, and my dad was so happy because I was the second position. Wow, brilliant boy. My dad told my mom, bring out chicken from the cage. We are going to celebrate this boy. Let's kill chicken for him. My mom brought out the chicken. And right about when they wanted to slaughter the chicken, my dad was like, bring the results. Let me check closely. And while he took a look at the result, he discovered that we were just 2 in the class. And I was the second. Praise the Lord. He decided to postpone the chicken to when we have a lot of people in the class and see if, I was going to still maintain my second position. But then, be as it may, we thank God we are here. We are where we are today. All right. But then I can run very well. I used to be the first position when it comes to running, and it's beautiful if you can play games. And of course, we had winners, and we gave them gifts. We are going to be sharing this too, so please don't be in a hurry. In few minutes, we want to share a few words with hers. I won't want to ignore the fact that most of what I had in mind to say has been said by the beautiful guest that spoke before me. I mean, I've been greatly blessed and exalted today. It's a pleasure listening to past speakers in the likes of Mr. Olawale, Simbi Logistics. Thank you so much for your words. You've done justice to almost everything I had on my list to share. Thank you so much, Mr. Olubenga, Olajide in absentia. Thank you, Mr. Hamed. Thank you, Mr. Kudeimbu Adeshola, for your words. We are going to be taking question and answers shortly. And please, while you are preparing your questions, while you are preparing your questions, I am opportuned to be a speaker too. Can you please put your hands together for me? That is not enough if you don't clap very well. I will just tell you to be writing wrong quotes. All right, thank you so much, Mr. God's Power, for this privilege. I am Hayodeji Olatunde Franklin. I do a lot of things, but I think I'll have to start reconfiguring my identity now because I've learned that we should start focusing on one thing. I don't know how to do it. We are in Nigeria. How do I focus on one thing? I mean, I want parents who are answer now. You are doing business, you are also doing music, you are doing this and you are doing that, you are doing gravity. Like Mr. Simbi, you are doing CEO, you are doing dispatch rider at the same time. I mean, is it possible to actually do one thing in Nigeria? Really? Is it possible to do one thing in Nigeria and make so much money doing one thing? I mean, if my extension box gets spoiled in the house, I don't take it to, I will open it myself and repair it. Amen. All right, I do a lot of things, like I said, but then I love to be known as a musician. Yeah, I do music. I'm a music producer. I'm a professional saxophone player. A proud graduate of Berkeley School of Music, United States of America. Thank you so much for this honor. I also do business too. I started business 2015. I was in school then, right about when I was finishing school. I graduated from the Federal University of Technology in Accra here. I started mini SME business. I had a partnership with a friend of mine, and this is a story I always tell most times when I get to speak about businesses. I started the business then, and it was thriving. of course, just like Mr. Simbi, I was the graphics designer. I was the customer care representative. I could remember days when I get to paste posters from Futa to Hoja Oba just because I want people to know about what I do. I mean, a lot of stories to tell about how the journey started. But I'm not here to tell you the stories. Somehow, while the business was going forward, I had an issue with my partner who was also a colleague in school then, and he had a leverage. And that is going to bring me to the point that Sabi programmer said. He said, tech is a weapon. He had a leverage because he knows about software development. He could write website and the likes. So at some point, we wrote a website for the business to tell people about it and the likes. The business was not automated, but then we just needed a landing page so people can come read about us, know what we do, how to pay into our account and the likes. In between the business, I had an issue with my partner. And suddenly one morning, I got an SMS on my phone. Blah, blah, blah. If you want to patronize so company, reach out to this number. I saw the message. It was the phone number of my partner. I went to the website. It logged me out already, changed the password of the cPanel and everything, and so on and so forth. Sadly for me, I knew nothing about coding, nothing about development, nothing about HTML, PHP, blah, blah, blah. And to cut this long story short, the business got hijacked. I could not do anything. I knew I knew a few things about my Lego right then. I was just a young boy who just finished school, and that was how my journey to start up all over began. I met Mr. God's Power, who I could not really pay a huge amount of money, but then I attended the class. I became a software developer at some point, and I wrote a new script about the business. A script that helped me to regain about 90% of my hood customers that was claimed. I learned how to automate the business. I dominated the 4 walls of Futa to the extent that MTN one day called me and they gave me this phone. This is Samsung X10 Plus. This was a gift from MTN. As at when it was given to me, it was about 450,000 naira. I wouldn't have so much to purchase a phone like this, because the business was thriving. And one of the things that gave me my lead was because I learned how to thrive. Tech is a weapon. Please note that. I achieved a lot of things because of the knowledge I got being in the tech industry. I won't deceive you. I bought my first car at 27 years. And it was because I learned how to thrive in the industry. A lot of things that I don't want to mention up here for security reasons. I mean, I can keep talking and talking when it comes to testimonies, but then I have a few points here that I just want to share with us, so that if I'm talking, it won't be as if I'm just trying to, add up things that are not realistic. I am a living testament of how much you can thrive when it comes to tech. Now, please, in a few minutes, just go with me as I read through what I have here. The number one point I have here is stay adaptable and agile. Tech is constantly evolving. Be prepared to pivot and adjust to new trends and innovation. When I started tech, I was a WordPress developer like Mr. What's his name again? Borokini? Yeah. He came into the academy as a WordPress. I thought I knew it all. But when I began to learn PHP, trust me, I understood that I knew nothing. And even as at now, I'm still learning a whole lot. Please try and keep learning. For those of us that are not into tech, in all our areas of, businesses, knowledge does not end. Keep learning. Very, very important. The second point I have here is focus on innovation and disruption. Identify areas where you can create new solutions, improve existing ones, and disrupt traditional industries. Innovation does not end too. A lot of things to keep evolving. Some of the ideas I brought into my own version of the business after I was able to, get back a little franchise of the customer were the things that were not there. Businesses can overtake businesses. The fact that you are here now does not mean that you can be relevant in the next 1 year. Somebody that is seeing what you are doing can think of a new innovation that can kick you away from the industry if you are not careful. And this happens in every industry outside tech. Please try as much as possible to be rigid. When you are thriving, don't make the mistake of believing that you have arrived. Even the Bible says that he that thinketh he stands, let him take it lest he fall. One of the things I did then was to pull out a case study of what my competitor was doing. There were times I would send out spies. Go and check what this person is doing. Check what, there are so many websites I digested. We were in class some times ago with my boss there. We were checking a bank's website. There was a bank's website that we were trying to pull that we wanted to check there. We discovered it was written by, I think, Django or something then. And, there are times we have to check our competitors' strategies and how they are, just because we want to understand how they operate, how and what to add to our own to supersede their own. Now, the truth of the matter is that a lot of people are doing that to your home business. People come to patronize you because they want to spy. They won't tell you, I do it a lot. I do music. There are times I travel from here to Lagos to go and watch other people's concerts. I'm not going there to go and listen to what they are playing. I'm going there to steal their ideas. I'm going there to see how I can improve on what I'm seeing and come and recreate and get better. So this is just a strategy of existence which you must incorporate in whatever you are doing. People are watching. Ma lose guard. Look at your neighbor. Say that. Ma lose guard. Ma lose guard. All right. Oh, sorry, I'm already speaking like a pastor, right? So please try as much as possible to remain firm. Now, the third point I have here is develop a strong online presence. It is very, very important. A strong online presence. This is 21st century. If you don't have a very strong online presence, let me talk about that. If you don't know that by now, you should not even be here. Number 4, build a talented and diverse team. Now, there's a stage you will get to that you will need a team. Now, thank God for the likes of my brother Simbi Logistics, who was this and that, the graphics and everything. There was a stage in my life too that I was like that. But at some point, my business outgrew me. You are doing a 6 a.m. to see you, no easy. Forget say people. There are times people will call me 3 a.m., 2 a.m. You are not attending to our orders. Why are you sleeping? Why should you sleep? You said you are active 24/7. Because that was one of the things I added to the description of my business. I wrote 24/7. You need a team that will help you undo some things so that you don't crash. Now, I'm going somewhere, but then I think I have it on another point. Prioritize customer experience and feedback. Your customers are key. I think one of the speakers mentioned this. You have one customer, you have advantage over one customer. You of course can get 50 more and the likes. Customer experience is very, very important in whatever you do. I kept myself online then, back to back. I kept attending to people. I kept responding to our messages, either relevant or irrelevant. In every field you are, please try as much as possible to prioritize customer experience and feedback. Number 6, stay up to date with industry trend and development. I think I mentioned something similar to that earlier. Number 7, foster strategic partnership and collaborations. Now, one of the reasons why this young man is here, Sabi programmer, is because he understands my 6th point. Collaboration and partnership is one thing that you must learn how to do if you want to thrive in this century. See, there's this say that now, one of the reasons why a software developer will be in the gathering of another software developer is to have access to potential opportunities. It is collaboration. If I do this and you do that and we come together, we have a larger market. Even the Bible says that 1 shall chase and 2 will chase. It is not 2 will chase 2,000 though. 10,000. That's like a times 10 multiplication of what a potential. I think I'm speaking Bible too much. Remind me, I'm a very strong Bible study today. A potential pastor. Praise the Lord. Number 8. Emphasize data-driven decision making. Sorry, this might look so concentrated, but then it boils down to the fact that you need to know how to jump over the limb of past mistakes. There are data that you can study if you want to do business. You want to have an idea of what people have gotten through, what people have, the kind of errors that people have made in your business. Most of those data are online. Thank God for the innovation of AI. In case you can use AI tools to the risk, the potential downtime of a particular structure. Put them on your AI, maybe Snapchat, WhatsApp has, Facebook has. A lot of these tools are online, and then they will tell you what and what not to do. If you want to situate a business, the best place to situate your business so you have the highest number of customers and the likes, please use those data so that you don't waste money. There was a time I opened a shop in this Korea, and I was like, I'm going to go down Indonesia. Just because I had no idea of the potential customers I could have in that vicinity. All right, I think my time is fun spent. Ensure cyber security and data protection. Just like I said, a lot of people are spying your business. They want to. Now, there was a mistake I made in business. I trusted people so much. About 2 years ago, I was jumping from police station to police station just because it was an error. I employed a 19-year-old boy to handle some of my, small businesses. And in few months, this guy parted away with 1.6 million. 19-year-old. I would have said, boy, now he parted with 1.6 million naira to do what? To buy wristwatch, clothes, he bought an iPhone, he partied around, sent some to his girlfriend and the likes. I mean, those stuffs were extracted while we got to the station, and I blamed myself. I was the owner of the business, and most of the time when things like this happen to me, I don't just throw out blames to people. I took the blame. And one of the blame I had to myself was because I trusted this guy too much. Now, when you are doing business, is try as much as possible to protect some things that can cause downtime for you. There are some loopholes that we just, when I studied how these guys got into my database, and he knew the things I would check while I'm doing auditing. He knew the things I will not check. So he had studied me. There were loopholes in FCMB Bank sometimes ago that it took them about 3 months to fix. A data they sell for, I think, 1,500. People were buying it for 200 naira. It was just a loophole, and some guys got it out, and they were just doing data promo. And they were just selling it out to people and everything. Now, there are some people that will be close to you, and if you are not strategic enough to understand that they are not friends, they are foes, they can pull down your businesses. You have to be very, very careful of such people by looking at ways to protect your business. This is one point I felt a lot of people have not mentioned today. And I think I'm running to the last point there. Now, the last point here is stay lean and agile while doing business. Now, I use the word lean not because I don't want you to expand. Expansion is very, very important. But while you're expanding, make sure you are not too comfortable with your current trend. Now, I had an offer not long ago. I was called to take over a digital studio in Akure, and I got to the studio, I checked the things that were there, and sadly, I was not willing to take over the studio because the person that owned the studio thought he had a lot of things. A lot. Yes, if you get to that studio, things, a lot of them. But then, when I checked, I was seeing all those computers with big back. You know those computers? You know those computers used to have big back. Some mixers that are like 24 channels, they can't do the things that my 2i2 Focusrite sound card can do. Now, when you are growing in business, there are some mobile phones then that are very, very big. They can't do what all these small phones can do now. Learn how to grow lean. There are some spaces that you will occupy. You don't need too big space for some things, some businesses. Understand how to grow very lean and agile. Now, agility is know your strengths. There is a strength of your business that your competitors don't have. Without that strength, anybody can shut you down anytime. And that strength is very, very important. I know my strength in the music industry. Where I'm doing business currently, I know my strength. My staff, you can mess up with anything. But this particular thing, don't try it. I tell them every morning, this particular thing, Don't try it. I don't want to hear it. Now, if there is a fault on this particular thing, tell them something else. Don't tell them that particular fault, because that's my strength. You don't deal with it. If you are selling akara by 7 p.m. by the road, make sure that you don't tell your customers that akara is not available by 7 p.m. because that is your strength. A lot of people will leave their houses, travel to your place to patronize you just because of your strength. Your strength is very, very important, and that is what sustains a lot of businesses out there. Now, I'm trying as much as possible not to just limit what I'm saying to the tech industry, of course. I'm pitching my my main case study from my business, which is tech related, and of course, to those that non-tech is in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I've exhausted my time. I can see signs there. And, I will want to put an end to my speech. One more time, I am your friend and brother, Hayodeji Olasunde Franklin, the head of operations. I am not a CEO. I am just head of operations of T Compactify Finance. Thank you so much for the privilege. All right, I will not be asking us to do a recap of what I've said because of our time, but then I've still got a lot of gifts to give us here. Right about now, we are going to the question and answer section. We'll be taking very few questions because of our time. If you have questions, please come forward. We want to make it as fast as possible because of our time. Now we are rushing, and we've still got, I think, one more thing on our program to attend to. If you have questions, please come. All right, if you have questions, I will give you gifts. That's what you want to hear. If you have questions, I will give you gifts. Come. Okay, if you have questions, I will give you money. There is money here. If you have questions, come and ask questions for money. 500 naira, 1 question, 2 questions, 1,000 naira. Can you see? Can you see? Can you see what I'm talking about? 1 question, 2K. Oh yeah, come and ask you a question. 1 question, 2K. If you have a question, please come up here. All right, let's put things together for everyone who are 1 question, 2K. Let's put things together for them. No, if you have questions from what we've said today, or if maybe random questions, right? Tech related, non-tech, beyond codes. Yeah, okay, so you can ask non-tech questions too. I should have to start from I've reduced your 500 naira to 250 naira. I should not start money first. No more questions. Go back to your seats. Don't ask again. All right, please. We need few more people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we have 5 more people? 1 minute each. 6, 4 people more, please. Questions. Thank you. Your name, what you do, and your question. Thank you. You don't do anything. You don't have anything that you are doing, but you are just sleeping, eating, and waking up. Let's put things together for her, please.
Good day, everyone. My name is Pelumi, and well, I just graduated, so still trying to get life together and understand and just get on the track. So my question is on customer relationship management. Like, what are the prospects of, like, if you want to go into customer relationship management, what are your prospects? Like in Ondo State, for example, do we have businesses that actually need people in this space? That's my question.
Sorry, I think you mentioned customer. Sorry, I was drinking big cola, so for the first time, I had a downtime. I had customer relationship, and I had do we have businesses? How does customer relationship and do we have businesses link together? Can you do it?
Yeah, what I mean is, like, on my little research on customer relationship is they are like literally your maybe middle person. If you have a business now and you need someone to, you know, talk to the customer, the client on behalf of you. So you would be the person to get back to, as you being the business owner. Do you understand? So like, what are the prospects? Like, not only in Ondo State, let me rephrase that. Not only in Ondo State, in, let's say, Nigeria as a whole. What are the prospects? Like, do people actually need someone that is in that space, basically?
Like an intermediary between the employee and the employer, right? So is there markets for an intermediary? Okay. Okay, an intermediary between the customer. Okay, so you are asking if there are openings for such offers.
Because I saw a lot of like going online. I saw it as a course. You can actually take it as a course on platforms like Coursera, Udemy, whatever. You can take it as a course. So now I'm asking because it's not all these courses that you can go into and would actually be of relevance. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but.
All right, thank you so much for the question. I think we should have someone answer the question immediately so that we don't get to forget. All right, please let's put hands together for our sister and friend. She also finished from waiting there, right? Thank you.
Yes, as a business owner, I think that thing you're asking is you're seeing it as a loophole. So create it. It's something you can create. You can walk up to a company and ask them, okay, how can I help you work with your clients so that they don't have to come one-on-one to see you and all that. So if you are seeing it as a loophole, create it. That's what I would say. So create it as a business for yourself. Most businesses people do. My own business started from a loophole I saw in another school. I run a school. So I saw a loophole in another school and I created. I'm already seeing a bigger loophole in many schools and I'm already thinking of bigger things. So you create, when you see a loophole, you see it as a problem. Now begin to think around it. It is something that has been dropped on your inside. Create it.
Thank you so much for the beautiful answer. So it's a loophole, and you should. But then I feel that deal exists. I don't know. I have a friend that is into a business like that, human resource management or something. He gets to get people to work for companies. Is it work or people to patronize, right? It can be either. Yeah, it exists actually. I don't know if there are platforms that project your profile out to people that you offer such services, but I can tell that of course it does exist. But then if it's not as big or as viral as it should, I think it's a loophole. So take charge and start exploring. Thank you. Right, Mr. Simbi wants to say something, right, on that topic. Okay, let's put things together for Mr. Simbi Logistics.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there's one misconception about tech. I don't know. And I've seen people repeatedly saying something around tech. Anything that involves tech must involve solving a problem. That's like the most important thing in this life. If you are doing anything and then it doesn't revolve around solving a problem, stop it. You won't make money from it. So you see a problem, everybody deals with custom, and then if you want to sell anything, the other person you are selling to is a customer. So every business, every venture in this life has like that interface. So what you are supposed to do now is look for openings. There are customer support, there's customer experience, there's the virtual assistance. There are different roles. Anything that involves you interfacing between the business and then the customer is solving problems. So what you first of all need to do is to know how to solve problems. To what end can you help people solve their problem? If you can help me get more customers, you are already doing that job. So you are walking up to somebody, auntie, you are doing hairdressing. I can help you market to other guys, and then I bring them, and then I get the call. You can also work as a customer experience person. If you have a business, I can work as a customer support for you. So it's like the different verticals that you can like push yourself into and then plug yourself and make money. But the most important part is make sure that you think of how to solve problems. Like your mindset should be around how do I make sure that this, like I tell people, if I charge you, I don't spend your money until I'm sure that you're happy with whatever I do for you. And that's what I brought into the business I'm doing. I make sure that you get the best of experience. And then if you imbibe that into whatever you are doing, maybe you are coding, maybe you are selling in the market, it's the same thing. Make sure that anybody that you are interfacing with enjoys the best of customer experience. Thank you very much.
Come on, put your hands together for Mr. Simbi Logistics. That was amazing. I want to believe we've done justice to your question, ma. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. There's something we all need to understand. It's one thing for me to see a problem. It's one thing for you not to see your problem as a problem. You can see it as a problem, but the person who is to pay does not see it as a problem. So you must first understand that, does the customer realize that I have a problem? Is the customer willing to pay for your solution? Does the customer have the capacity to pay for your solution? So you must understand all of this before you go into it. Now, when you start something, like I said, I'm not a motivational speaker, so I don't do aspire to aspire. Learn to know when to quit. You might be going on a path and say, yes, I'm creating a solution. I'm passionate about my solution. Your solution might not be a solution to me. Yes, I might have the problem, but I have a way around it. So I'm not willing to pay. So you'll be surprised that, all these businesses in Akure are destiny killers. I've solved the problem and yet they are not paying. You must first do your feasibility studies. Are they willing to pay? Do they see it as a problem? Will the problem also bring them more money? That's what they are interested in. And that's what businesses are also interested in. Thank you.
Wow, beautiful response from her brother and friend. Thank you so much for helping us, do justice to that question. Are we fine? Can we proceed to the next question? I believe yes. Thank you. Right, your question.
So, let's say you have the same business, like some people are in the same business as you. So, how do you stand out in terms of branding? Apart from creating logos, posting every day on your social media platforms, like how do you stand out in a way that people will be like, okay, this person is doing well. So.
All right. So our question is, how will you stand out in a market where you have a lot of people doing the same thing you are doing? How do you stand out? All right. I think I learned SWOT analysis in school. I read project management technology. And I think that should do justice to that question. But then we have someone who wants to speak. For the sake of the camera, can you please come here so we have the picture of the person speaking on the live stream too. Thank you.
All right. You're talking about a competitive market. I was saying something the other time that when you make money, invest that money. What did I do? I've invested in my wife's business. And my wife's business is a competitive business. Amongst good guys, big guys, right in the market. She sells sewing materials. Yet it's a very, very competitive market. So how do you stand out? You create a brand for yourself. Find out something that you can create. To the extent that she sells sewing materials, but she saw it that, okay, I started as a fashion designer. I need to quit fashion designing. There's something called accessories that these guys, the Igbo guys, are also doing. But I'm going to cut out a niche for myself. She started stoning. She started branding stoning, customizing stoning of shirts, and you can customize it and the rest. So she was selling her sewing materials, but added that niche to it. That the other Igbo guys will always refer to Igbo lati leshe stoning, Igbo lati leshe kini, Igbo lati customize. Lady go and meet her. So she cut out a niche for herself in a very competitive market. While she was still selling, she cut out a niche that drew the traffic to her, because the traffic is what you need in a competitive market. Don't think of lowering your price, because the lowering of price, it is you that will lose at the end of the day, because the ones who have more money will drop the price, and you think you want to drop your price. At the end of the day, the customer benefits more from you dropping the price, and you keep going down. It gets to a point where you start to lose money because you can't compete enough. But once you create a brand, then you as a person must be in the face of your business also. What are your characters? If customers come, how do you treat them? Some people will be willing to buy from you just because of your smile alone in a competitive business. The way you talk to them. You know, I say something about we Yorubas. I'm sorry. Apologies to us. If you go to a Yoruba a woman in the market, experience it. How much is this? The Iya says is 10,000.
10,000 naira.
She could buy 2,000. Can you see? That is the attitude. But you know what the Igbo man will tell you? Now money, but you know rich cost price. Now money, but you know rich cost price. If not the same, I better come back, come buy from me. The person has won your heart. The Mesuya strategy is also another strategy. Mesuya will cut some for you and say, taste it. In a way, you are caught in that web. Your Mesuya has tied your neck. For you to even walk away and say, without buying, you feel guilty. So in a competitive market, there's somebody selling here, somebody selling here, somebody selling here. Cut out a niche, understand your customer, relate with them very well. Then you build something for yourself and they come back to buy. Now, let me now tell you something that now happened to my wife. She opened a competition for herself in front. Now, when she opened the competition for herself, she owns the shop, opened another competition for herself. Do you know that customers will leave that front, come to her because they want to see her face, that she's there. Unknown to them, she owns the one in the front. So, be in the face of your business, cut out a niche for yourself, create a brand, and you find yourself in pool of that competition. You get your own out of it. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together for Mr. Kudaimbu? Amazing response. I think I really love that. I wanted to talk about the SWOT analysis, but I think I wouldn't want to waste much of our time doing that. Mr. Simbi wants to say something. Okay, please, let's celebrate him while he comes up. Thank you.
In business, there's what we call the brand messaging and then the unique selling proposition, which is called USP. When you hear of MTN, what comes to your mind? No? Everywhere you go, that's a brand messaging. When you hear of Glow, what comes to your mind? Unlimited data. So when you are looking for cheap data, you are not thinking of MTN, you are thinking of Glow backup. When you are thinking of going to a remote area and then you want a network that would serve you, you are thinking of what?
MTN.
When you are thinking of Simbi Logistics, we coined something, as we said, the 30 minutes delivery company. So if you are looking for a delivery that can take 4 hours, you are not thinking of Simbi Logistics. But when you want to buy food, when you want to receive a message from the park that is time conscious, you would remember Simbi Logistics. I'm not going to do $200 in a day, but I'm telling you that I can charge you more because you need that time. So whenever you are building a business, make sure that you have a unique selling proposition that is clearly stated out in your brand messaging. And that is not all. You must now do the in-house work to make sure that whatever they read online is what they experience. So the combination of what they are reading online and the combination of their experience is what gives you that unique selling proposition. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Mr. Simbi Logistics. I mean, this response is amazing. This is like an entire section on its own. Thank you so much for giving us beautiful responses, Mr. Kudaimbu and Mr. Simbi. Can we have the next question, please, because of our time?
My name is Adeoshi Joshua. I'm a student of Futa.
Can you use the mic closely?
I said my name is Adeoshi Covenant Joshua. Once again, I'm a student of Futa 400 level computer engineering. I'm a web developer. I'm a front-end web developer. I do Next.js, React. And I just want to use this opportunity to say a big shout out to all the speakers. You are amazing, sirs. You are amazing, Mars. I really respect the work you have put in, to be able to stand here, give us value. Thank you so much. It's because you put in the hard work. That's why you can give us value. I want to say thank you to my daddy. You have pure business sense, practical business sense. You remind me so much of my mother. Practical, pure business sense, civil logistics. You are amazing. You are a real motivation to me. I want to go out there. I want to do great things because you guys motivate me. Thank you so much, everyone. Sabi programmer, your humility. I just love it. I just love it so much. I love the humility so much. So thank you. Let me just go straight to my question. I'm going to summarize it. This question is code. I'm a programmer, so of course beyond code, but I'm a programmer. So what I'm asking is, how can a programmer like me balance building and learning? So the other time, we learned about learning, keep widening your horizons. But also, we know that in the industry now, people want to see what you can do. People want to see what you have in your hands. And the time is limited. For example, I created a plan for the coming year in which I wanted to, like I said, I'm a next year's developer, but I wanted to go deep into next year's, know it to such a level that I become like the go-to, like I become so valuable. But then the time is limited. I also want to build. Something that, you will see and say, yes, come, let me come and work for us. Because if I'm learning, I'm not building, they can't see it. So I don't know, how can I balance it? The time is limited. I'm also a student. I want to build and I want to learn. What do I do? I'm confused. So I would like for the professionals to just give me some.
Such an amazing question. How do you balance coding and learning? I mean, I've also been in that condition, and I could not balance it because a lot of my customers were fighting with me.
Okay, to balance coding, building, and learning, I've been there. But one thing that I think it was Mr. Lawale that said it is, don't think that you want to start to earn money today. There's a time frame for it. That is the reason why the Bible says there is time for everything. You're still a student. Understand your limitations. Understand there is a time where you sow. There is a time to reap. I know the world is a fast trend world today. That before you before you end one particular learning, there is a new technology outside. But I'm of the school of thought that says, jack of all trades, master of one. They can say master of none, no, but me, I'm of the school of thought that you can be jack of all trades, but you can be a master of one. So when there is an idea that needs to come from your jack of all trades, you can fit in. But you see, by the time you bring your knowledge from all those, your jack of all trades, you can put them into that your master of one. If it is PHP, you know. You are a master in PHP. You have Java experience. You have JavaScript experience. You have React experience. You have all the programming languages, Python, COBOL, anything you can think of. But you are a master in PHP. As you are learning, keep on learning. By the time you now graduate, you give yourself some time again before you start to earn. Because if you are thinking of earning the big bucks now, you run into a rat race where you cannot cope with. There is an academics in front of you. There is a certificate in front of you that you need to get. Understand that you must get something good out of it, a good grade out of it. That's your number one priority right now. Prioritize it. At the same time, schedule your time very well. I use myself as an example. When I was told by my prof that go into programming, I said I needed money to finance myself. What did I do? I give myself some time. I said, okay, I'll go and work for a company first. I worked for that company for 2 years. I was busy saving my money. It's not yet time to reap. I saved my money. This was a time where internet was an issue. By the time I now resigned, I gave myself 2 years. After 2 years, I was good at that company, so I was earning a lot. I had an official car. So that could have swayed me and said, Onshida Dani company, you, so you can stay there. I had what I wanted. I resigned. And they said, you are doing well. Why would you resign? It was not about coding. It was not about coding. I was an admin officer there. I said, I'm resigning. I'm going to my coding. I've had enough now. The money I gathered, I went to Computer Village. By the time I finished buying books, there was no money to transport myself back home. I had to trek from Ikeja to Pound Grove. The last money I had to now use to put the money, cab to my house. Now, learning through that process, it took me 3 years. Yours might not be 3 years. I learned through that ranks. After learning, I was well equipped. By the time the earning will now start, you now start to build apps, build things for people that they can see. I was in the super deck in 2013.